Of our wonderful speakers.
Here's the good news, John. I just thought of this. We're in super early registration mode right now. They could come in June.
That's right. If you sign up between now and early January, you'll get the lowest price on our 2020 events in both New York and Santa Monica. So hope to see you next time.
See you in New York or Santa Monica.
Until then, enjoy the live stream. I'm John Craven and he's Mike Schneider, and thank you for tuning into our live stream. Mike, tell everyone what they're watching right now.
Ray Latif, Jeff Kleinman, Carol Ortenberg?
One of those things. He doesn't even seem to really know. I mean, we're live streaming the whole week's worth of events, starting with NOSH Live and Brewbound Live, followed by Cannabis Forum, and then last but not least, 2 days of BevNet Live.
That is awesome. But you know what's not awesome? Is that you're not here right now because you're missing out on some extraordinary networking opportunities. You could be meeting with your next investor. You could be getting the questions that are keeping you up at night answered right now and partnering with the supplier or service provider to take your company to the next level.
Yeah, trying new products, making new connections, and learning from all of our wonderful speakers.
Here's the good news, John. I just thought of this. We're in super early registration mode right now. They could come in June.
That's right. If you sign up between now and early January, you'll get the lowest price on our 2020 events in both New York and Santa Monica. So hope to see you next time.
See you in New York or Santa Monica.
Until then, enjoy the live stream. I'm John Craven and he's Mike Schneider, and thank you for tuning into our live stream. Mike, tell everyone what they're watching right now.
Ray Latif, Jeff Kleinman, Carol Ortenberg?
One of those things. He doesn't even seem to really know. I mean, we're live streaming the whole week's worth of events, starting with NOSH Live and Brewbound Live, followed by Cannabis Forum, and then last but not least, 2 days of BevNet Live.
That is awesome. But you know what's not awesome? Is that you're not here right now because you're missing out on some extraordinary networking opportunities. You could be meeting with your next investor. You could be getting the questions that are keeping you up at night answered right now and partnering with the supplier or service provider to take your company to the next level.
Yeah, trying new products, making new connections, and learning from all of our wonderful speakers.
Here's the good news, John. I just thought of this. We're in super early registration mode right now. They could come in June.
That's right. If you sign up between now and early January, you'll get the lowest price on our 2020 events in both New York and Santa Monica. So hope to see you next time.
See you in New York or Santa Monica.
Until then, enjoy the live stream. I'm John Craven and he's Mike Schneider, and thank you for tuning into our live stream. Mike, tell everyone what they're watching right now.
Ray Latif, Jeff Kleinman, Carol Ortenberg?
One of those things. He doesn't even seem to really know. I mean, we're live streaming the whole week's worth of events, starting with NOSH Live and Brewbound Live, followed by Cannabis Forum, and then last but not least, 2 days of BevNet Live.
That is awesome. But you know what's not awesome? Is that you're not here right now because you're missing out on some extraordinary networking opportunities. You could be meeting with your next investor. You could be getting the questions that are keeping you up at night answered right now and partnering with the supplier or service provider to take your company to the next level.
Yeah, trying new products, making new connections, and learning from all of our wonderful speakers.
Here's the good news, John. I just thought of this. We're in super early registration mode right now. They could come in June.
That's right. If you sign up between now and early January, you'll get the lowest price on our 2020 events in both New York and Santa Monica. So hope to see you next time.
See you in New York or Santa Monica.
Until then, enjoy the live stream. I'm John Craven and he's Mike Schneider, and thank you for tuning into our live stream. Mike, tell everyone what they're watching right now.
Ray Latif, Jeff Kleinman, Carol Ortenberg?
One of those things. He doesn't even seem to really know. I mean, we're live streaming the whole week's worth of events, starting with NOSH Live and Brewbound Live, followed by Cannabis Forum, and then last but not least, 2 days of BevNet Live.
That is awesome. But you know what's not awesome? Is that you're not here right now because you're missing out on some extraordinary networking opportunities. You could be meeting with your next investor. You could be getting the questions that are keeping you up at night answered right now and partnering with the supplier or service provider to take your company to the next level.
Yeah, trying new products, making new connections, and learning from all of our wonderful speakers.
Here's the good news, John. I just thought of this. We're in super...
Hi, everyone. I'm the editor of NOSH, Carol. Thank you so much for joining us here. So I just want to start with a little chat about the state of the industry. And I have good news and bad news. So let's start with the good. Pretty much everyone sitting in this room has had a goal of making healthy eating mainstream and something the average consumer enjoys. Well, congrats. I'm here to say you're well on your way. We've got plant-based burgers in Burger King, Costco adding acai bowls, and 7-Eleven launching special sets for better-for-you items. And yesterday, America's largest gummy vitamin producer added CBD to its portfolio. According to Spins, in the last year, 99% of households have bought a natural or organic product in the last year, even if they didn't realize it. Or let's look anecdotally. At Thanksgiving this year, one NOSH team member's family asked her if they had heard of this new healthy yogurt called Chobani. While meanwhile, my grandmother, and this is totally true, is emailing me to ask about where she can bulk order hemp seeds for her morning oatmeal. Thanks to Instagram and other visually focused social media sites, consumers are excited to share pictures of what they're noshing on and ideally look cool or even like an influencer for being ahead of the trends. Right now, if you go online, there are literally Instagram accounts devoted to our favorite retailers, such as Trader Joe's List, which has 1 million followers, or Target Does It Again with 1.1 million followers. Not to mention the ones focusing just on packaged food, such as my personal favorite, Dad Bod Snacks, which has 30,000 followers. Yes, it's a glorious time to be a food brand. Consumers want to know what makes your brand special, be it that you're a gluten-free, cricket-based CBD brand, or just that you taste darn good. Sounds great, right? So what's the bad news? I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but the downside of being trendy and mainstream is that you just aren't so special anymore. You have to work harder to stand out. It's not enough to be better for you or natural or even organic. You have to deliver all around to consumers on nutritionals, taste, and experience. Not to mention, it might be easier to get on shelf, but how are you going to break through that noise of the grocery store, let alone the endless aisles of e-commerce, and get into baskets? Not once, not twice, but as part of a regular shopping order. It's a big ask, I know, but at this event, surrounded by a group of people who are literally here to help you learn and help the industry grow even more, that's a good step, and one that I will promise give you an advantage in this movement. Now, although I said there was only good news and bad news, I kind of lied. There's also, shall we say, frustrating news. Despite the fact that I've just told you that everything is awesome for natural food producers, let's be honest. That doesn't mean there's still not room to grow, to improve, or to continue to expand our reach. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from big CPG players about the opportunities for small challenger brands, as well as from the brands who believe they have found unique white space. But there are still gaps between the opportunity we see and actual mass distribution in stores. Online, while Amazon has opened the doors for brands to easily get their products into the hands of consumers, it's still increasingly hard for small brands to stand out online. What is the e-commerce version of a specialty food store? Or for those brands that do manage to develop a following online, perhaps via their own direct-to-consumer platform, are they able to find success in mainstream retail? In planning for NOSH Live, I actually asked numerous investors, brands, and experts to tell me one food brand that did really well online and in brick and mortar. I got 2 answers back: RX Bar and Soylent. Now, those are great brands, but it's simply not enough. There have to be more of them in order to prove out the path that so many are building into their business plans. But why? Why is this important? Because despite many Americans wanting to eat healthier or support small businesses, it's still very difficult for many shoppers to gain access to those products, to learn about them, to figure out what they need to do to improve their lives and to eat healthier, and to afford to do so. So it's time for us to make a choice. Do we decide to codify what we've won, defend our share of the aisle, as part of an industry that values cutting edge and risk-taking? Do we keep pushing for more? So that's the good news, the bad news, and the existential dilemma. Let's get to solving it. So first, a few housekeeping items. You can't solve existential dilemmas without breakfast. We'd like to thank our partner, Core Foods, for providing us their delicious Core Bar overnight oat bars to start off the day. For those stragglers, or in this crowd, intermittent fasters, you can also. The information on how to do so is at the bottom. We're here to answer them. And post the videos of these sessions to YouTube. So there's no 2 different tracks of content. And then tonight's after. Founder to the package snack. Hired to convince so. Change and start a packaged food brand.
So again, sort of my passion as an entrepreneur was about finding things I believed in and was passionate about. And at the end of the day, I started Pop Chips because I found myself eating too many Doritos. And I looked around the marketplace, and frankly, there really weren't any great healthy snack options, and nothing that I thought really met the bar of kind of what you talked about, which is quite daunting. You know, tasting good, being nutritious, and a great experience. And there wasn't anything like that. So I thought, not knowing what I didn't know, I would dive into the snack world.
That's a pretty big dive to take. How did you go about starting the company? What did you do to prepare yourself to start a food brand?
Well, the first thing I did that was great is I knew what I didn't know, and so I could start fresh. I wasn't looking to copy or do what anybody else had done. I thought that I had to kind of make my own path. And it really started with lots of research, which in this case was spending a lot of time in the snack aisle, which was great and a lot of fun. I brought on a great partner, somebody that had worked at, I had started an internet company, and he had actually worked with me at that company. We got together and started talking about the opportunity in the snack world. And as we looked around at the opportunities, we ended up stumbling on a rice cake manufacturing business that was based here in Southern California. And we acquired that in about late 2005. And what was exciting about that is when I looked at the snack space, and for those of you that are entrepreneurs, it's so hard to kind of, not only find that white space, but create a point of view and a way to approach the market. And in the case of snacks, there was nothing I had ever seen that was more segmented, so clearly segmented as snacks. It was either fried, which meant it tasted really good, but everybody knew it was unhealthy, or it was baked, which most people's description of baked chips I probably won't repeat up here. But there's really those two. And I knew that if Frito couldn't create a healthy fried chip or a good tasting baked chip, that wasn't the path that we should take or I should take. So we wanted to do something different. And when we found this rice cake manufacturing business, and I was walking through the plant the first time, watching how they made rice cakes, it was really interesting because I was hearing them, I was watching the process and hearing how they described it, which was they puffed the rice cakes. And I remember when I was walking through the plant, seeing that, I was thinking to myself, they're not really puffed, they're popped. You could hear the noise. They had taken potatoes and turned them into little pellets that you could put in the popping heads, and they would pop into a potato chip, or into a rice cake. And when we saw that, I thought, oh, that's really interesting. And I thought about the word pop and what popped meant in the marketplace. And I literally left the plant that day thinking, okay, I think we've found the platform that we could use to build a snack brand, because I thought popped gave you that new paradigm. It was a subtly healthy message about sort of popped, but also not baked or fried.
And we'll get back to Pop Chips again, but so that everyone's up to date on what you're doing now, tell us about your latest endeavor, post Pop Chips?
Post Pop Chips. Well, first of all, don't want to make it sound like I jumped from Pop Chips into Right Rice. I admire those entrepreneurs who finish one thing and go right into the next thing. It's remarkable. It takes so much time and passion that it's really a lot easier said than done. So I actually had brought someone in to run Pop Chips, 6+ years ago now, maybe even 7 years. As you said, I ran it for the first 5. And really enjoyed a period of time that was looking at interesting opportunities, got involved with some companies as an investor and advisor, was very active, as you know, in restoration hardware. I've been involved for 20 years. And I knew there was, always going to be one more, Pop Chips in me. I didn't know what would it be, and it's always about that point of inspiration. And a couple of years ago, I started looking at the rice space, much like potato chips and snacks, where I was eating too many Doritos. In this case, I found that I had been eating a lot less rice, and I love rice. It's one of the most beloved foods in the world across every culture and ethnicity. It's a $2 to $3 billion category, and I found I was eating a lot less, and I knew it was because I was feeling guilty when I ate it. It was empty calories and lots of carbs, and when I looked out at the marketplace, that what was out there like cauliflower rice, I think as somebody said to me, it didn't scratch that itch. And I saw an opportunity, and I started talking to people. And as I went around my circle of friends and folks that I knew, I heard a very familiar refrain. People were eating either a lot less rice, not eating it at all for the same reasons, or third, they would tell me that they were giving it to their kids because it was about the only thing they'd eat. They just wished it were more nutritious. So when I looked at that, I started thinking about it, and I looked at the space. Again, I saw a big white space. There had been really no innovation. Don't want to call brown rice and sprouted rice innovation. They're marginally healthier as far as rice goes. And cauliflower rice, again, is an incredible vegetable. I just personally don't think it's a great rice. And so as I looked around at the market and saw what was going on, I thought there was a real opportunity to deliver on the promise of a vegetable rice, a veggie-based rice. And so I went off and, again, dove into an area I knew nothing about, but because I had a fresh perspective, I wasn't burdened by what everybody else had done. And I actually, brought on a very small team, somebody who had worked with me at Pop Chips in particular, to help develop it. And we found a way that we could turn a grain of rice and make it from vegetables. And in our case, it was actually made from a blend, as you know, of lentils and chickpeas and green peas and a little bit of rice. So we like to say it's about 90% vegetables and a little bit of rice. And it really delivered a whole new experience. And if you held it in your hand, it's a pantry stable, grain of rice.
And so how important with both of these was it that you were creating a new category versus just kind of iterating on something that already existed in the marketplace? What did you learn from Pop Chips that taught you for Right Rice you needed to follow that pattern?
Good question. I don't even think about the difference between iterating versus creating. I think for me, what got me excited in the case of Pop Chips was really creating something new and different that nobody had done. The better view of category and snacks was very nascent. I mean, I remember there were just a couple of brands out there, and, that were doing, kind of reasonably well, but they really didn't stand for anything yet. And I thought there was opportunity to do it. And if you're going to do it and stand for something, you have to be different. Again, and in that case, it was, how do I find the difference between baked and fried? In the case of Right Rice, again, I didn't really think about the difference of iterating versus creating. It was just, if I'm going to make a difference and deliver on what we wanted to deliver on with Right Rice, which was, again, what you talked about in your opening, it had to be nutritious. It had to really deliver on protein and fiber and a lot lower carbs. It had to be really easy to cook. It's surprising how easy you think rice should be, but most people say it's a lot harder than you think.
I can't cook rice.
Yeah.
I'm forbidden in my house from making rice.
So many people say that. And then, of course, it has to taste great, because at the end of the day, that's table stakes. And anything that's going to be healthier, don't kid yourself to think that nutrition sells. Table stakes are, it's got to taste great, people have to love it, and then you have to deliver on something different. So in the case, again, Pop Chips and Right Rice, I wasn't thinking about the difference of ideating versus creating something new. It was just to make that impact and difference in the market. In each case, that was the product that evolved.
Now with Right Rice, it hits a lot of dietary trends right now. It hits high protein, lower carb. How do you make sure that these dietary goals are really here to stay and you're creating a product that has longevity?
Well, I'm still hopeful. Look, it's been 9, 10 months since we launched Right Rice, so we're still new. But I think at the end of the day, the way that I tend to think about it is, we looked at big macro trends, things like protein aren't going away, things about fiber. I mean, look, keto, there's lots of people on a keto diet, and, many people tell you, people a lot smarter than me, that it's here to stay. I personally wouldn't build a product just around keto. That would worry me a little bit. So I looked at the bigger trends, and I think protein and fiber and having lower carbs. But again, even for us, it's not just lower carbs, it's the right carbs. I think you hear a lot of people that start talking about, nutrient-dense foods and complex carbs, and there's a lot of people who want carbs, but they just want something other than empty carbs. So again, in the case of Right Rice, I think we just tried to find things that we think had long-term staying power.
You also tend to aim with both of these products more at like a mainstream consumer. You're not going after that really specialized segment like a keto shopper. What drives you to go after that base? How do you think about it from a business perspective?
Again, I think it's probably just a reflection of the products and the categories that I went after, or that we went after, because I don't think about the market that way. I think, we look for big addressable markets. Obviously snacks is, I don't even know, $20+ billion, and rice is $2 to $3 billion. They're both really big markets. And I think, again, as you talked about in your opening remarks, what we now think of is what used to be kind of niche, healthier trends are now so mainstream. I can't remember your number you just said about how many people have eaten something natural or organic. It's incredible. I think everybody now tries to eat healthier. So in the case of Pop Chips, we wanted a big, broad market, so I didn't want to try and create something niche. So we went after the snack aisle that way, and same with Right Rice. I think we're trying to appeal to that broader market.
You also kind of aim for one specific part of the store. A lot of brands, when I talk to emerging brands, they're like, we're going to pick a really broad title, and then we hope to be in 10 categories in 2 years. You're laser focused. You go after one section. What did you learn from Pop Chips that said, okay, this is the model I want to replicate again?
So first of all, I probably pre-Pop Chips that I thought about that, and it's all about focus. I mean, you just said it. I mean, look, everybody in here knows it's hard enough to do any one thing well, let alone many things well. Hard to create one brand, let alone multiple brands or brand platforms. So, look, I don't want to sound like we're really focused, because these are big markets with, big products and opportunities, and there's plenty of runway. So I've never even thought about trying to build a platform. I think it's build something and do it well and hope you can execute against it.
How do you then think about the future and where the brand can go? Because I think sometimes when you approach that from a platform, it's easier to see, okay, I'm going to be here, here, and here. How do you think about building out a platform around, one specific part of the store?
So again, I think when the markets are really big, like snacks and rice and grains, I think you have plenty of runway. I think people often probably find they need to be a platform and expand into other products when you're more niche, because you sort of can hit a ceiling pretty quickly. So in the case of these product categories, there's plenty of room to ideate around flavor and sort of more basic kinds of innovation that lets you grow and evolve. And also, it's test and learn. I mean, there's some things that work better than others. And, I remember we did some flavors with Pop Chips that we got out, and we thought they were going to be terrific. They didn't do well. People didn't like them. So I think it gives you an opportunity to kind of change and evolve.
Speaking of evolving, with Pop Chips, you produce the product yourself. With Right Rice, you are not in the manufacturing business. What did you learn that kind of made you change your production strategy?
So again, probably less about changing the strategy is how the business has evolved. In the case of Pop Chips, we bought a manufacturing business that made rice cakes, and it was a perfect platform for us to build our business and our brand out of, and give us a lot of control over the market and how we wanted to get how and when we wanted to get the product out. For many of you that have worked with co-packers, there's very little that's confidential, unfortunately. As much as they tell us they're not going to share what we work with them on, it often gets shared. In the case of Pop Chips, so we bought a manufacturing business, and it really gave us control over how and when we wanted to come to market. And plus, it was a really fairly fully utilized plant. And so we had the ability to run the economics effectively and have R&D and do the things we wanted without deficit financing. And I can tell you, owning a plant is about the single hardest thing you can do. I would say owning and operating a plant. So when it came to Right Rice, it was a pretty simple decision. It's impossible to buy or build a plant for a startup. And again, because I had the rice cake business, it was easy for me to, have a plant that was utilized and pay the expenses while the Pop Chips business was growing. In the case of Right Rice, we were starting from ground zero. The good news is we had a fantastic partner that I knew from prior dealings who loved what we wanted to do and dove in as an investor and, kind of really helped create our supply chain and all of our manufacturing.
Along with changing your manufacturing, that meant you didn't need quite as many team members or full-time staff. How have you kind of built out the company, and how did that evolve?
Yeah, again, if I step back and I think about sort of Pop Chips, we had a plant and we're really scaling a business really quickly, and the team was huge, and that included, I think, in the plant, we probably had 80 plus people just in the plant alone. When it came to Right Rice, again, knowing that we were outsourcing to a co-packer, and even in the case of finance, we outsourced to a company called Propeller that many of you may know is a really fantastic, sort of outsourced CFO, you might call them. So we just decided we want to have a really lean team that was more focused on sales and marketing, have a couple of supply chain people who could make sure the product was getting put in the bag and out to the stores. But in general, the goal is to keep just a really small, lean team that could be focused on building the brand and the business.
And we did get a question around your manufacturing. So what inspired you to go buy a manufacturer versus just working with a co-packer at the time?
Again, in the case of Pop Chips, that's just the way it evolved. We saw the plant and the opportunity. If you had told me when I started the process that I would ever buy a manufacturer, I would have said, you're crazy. But it actually is just the way it happened. And at that point in time, there were only a couple of people who even had the manufacturing capacity to create what Pop Chips became. And we had no desire to work with the other group that was out there, no reason other than we wanted to do it ourselves. And because we had the chance to buy this plant, and we bought it really cost effectively, so it just worked out really well for us.
So good timing.
Good timing.
And when you launch both of these products into retail, you've always kind of had these key retail anchor partners that you work with, especially at the launch. And then even after, you launch into Whole Foods, then you launch into Kroger, you had exclusive SKUs in Kroger. How do you pick these partners that you're going to work with?
Yeah, look, it's one of the things you actually said before is, it's so hard to create a product and packaging and get something out to the marketplace. And when you strike that first deal with a retailer, you want to celebrate because you think you've done it. And as I like to say, you've hit the starting line. That's just the beginning of the process because you got to get on shelf and then you got to keep getting off shelf, I think, just as you described before. So as I've thought about the market and taken a product out, the key is who that launch partner is because they're going to give you, I think, that ability, if you do it right, to go out to the marketplace in a focused way and really get them to help support your launch. So in the case of Pop Chips, we launched with Safeway. It was an incredible coup for us as a startup brand with zero sales to get Safeway to take us on. In fact, the biggest challenge with Safeway is they wanted us to go in all the stores across the country from day one. And I thought that was an impossible task, so I actually said no, and we did the Western US. Don't want to make it sound like that was small, but that was the negotiation. When it came to Right Rice, I was trying to think, who the right fit was, who the right partner was. We had several retailers who were interested, and Whole Foods just was the perfect partner for us. We were really excited to partner with them. I like to think of this, again, as sort of flagship retail. You lean in with a partner, they lean in with you, and you grow. And we got really fortunate. We had a great buyer, Christina Pearson, who was a global category buyer, and Mike Shaw, a group of folks who really helped us lean into it and build something special. And that partnership has really helped us. And you look at brands that are out there like Urban Remedy that's partnered with Whole Foods. I think it's great to see brands out there and how you can partner with retailers to be more impactful. And then we ended up going to Kroger, kind of, we said, as our second kind of on the grocery side.
Have you evolved your retail strategy from any learnings from Pop Chips?
I probably like to think maybe we're a little smarter about aligning with retailers on sort of expectations and what we want and need from them. I think each project is unique and who that right partner is. And look, as I would counsel people all the time, and I've learned, is retailers are really looking for something special as well. They want to be first to market with a product. They want to go out there and have a story to tell that makes them unique. And if you have a compelling product proposition and you can share that with a retailer, there's a lot of value that they can provide in turn for that exchange.
And what do you mentioned that you support them and they support you. What do you expect back from your retail partners?
probably more than anything is merchandising support. That they're going to get you out on the shelf. They're going to, look, particularly in the case of Right Rice, we're in the center of the store. As I like to say, it's a blessing and a curse. The blessing of the center of the store in the rice aisle is there's been no innovation forever. And so retailers have been super receptive to our story. We'll be in probably 5,000 doors by the end of our first 11 months. And that's really a reflection of the reception we're getting from retailers to the innovation, which is really terrific. But I think at the same time, the curse is it's a really quiet part of the store. It's really hard to get noticed and for people not many people shop this in the stores, we all know. So getting off the shelf and getting displays is really important, and that's probably at the top of the list.
Now, let's talk about funding all this expansion. How did you go about raising capital for both businesses, and what did the financial sides of the business look like?
So, look, I've always started with the premise for the various businesses I've done over my career is all money is not created equal. You often hear people tell that story about strategic capital and helpful capital. You can put me at the top of the list of believing in that. I think there's an incredible value that money can provide, and the right investors, I should say, can provide more than money. And it's critical that you find partners and investors that are aligned with your goals and that can really help support your business. And so in the case of Pop Chips, like I had the benefit of having had some success before that and getting some first investors. But I think once we really started building some momentum in the market, the success of brands like Vitamin Water in that era, just people were coming at us from every direction, so it was really easy to raise capital. In the case of Right Rice, it was that much easier for me because of the popularity and success of Pop Chips. People sort of saw, okay, this isn't a first-time entrepreneur. He's done it in this space. We think he can do it again. But at the end of the day, nothing's more important than the product. I remember going to my meetings with our investors, and one of the first things, they want to try the product and they want to see what you're doing. They want to see the packaging and the product and really make sure they like it. And so the combination of a track record and a good product proposition. And in the case of Right Rice, the goal was to find a mix of investors. We have a lead investor called Strand Equity. The founder, Seth Rodsky, was one of my favorite investors from my Pop Chips days. He was one of those guys who really delivered on the promise. He did everything he said he was going to do, and a lot of investors don't always do that. And so they've been just fantastic investors. They helped us cobble together a really good group of investors.
You also worked with celebrities and influencers as investors and sort of spokespeople, marketing with both companies. Talk to me about that strategy in particular.
So at this point, since we're so new in Right Rice, it's different for Pop Chips. But look, for Pop Chips, we started with a really good group of investors that included a bunch of celebrities. And again, a lot of that came out of the Vitamin Water world and success. And it was exciting to see those sort of people get involved and the help that they could bring. And then we evolved in that business to a couple people that became spokesmen. But in the case of the celebrity investors, I want to focus on the word investors. They all wrote checks. They all put in money. These weren't people that we gave equity to be involved with the brand. They wrote checks because to me that was really important to show their commitment and excitement to what we were doing. Right Rice, we're still so new. We haven't done anything like that just yet. We have some celebrity investors. We have some terrific folks that we brought on. But again, I don't even think of them so much as celebrities. I think of them as really talented entrepreneurs who are helping us build the business. So we have some people like Carly Kloss and Kris Jenner and Molly Sims and Diplo and Ashley Graham. If you look at those folks, they're all really successful entrepreneurs. They've built really compelling brands and businesses, and to have them as investors has really been great for us to help.
Now, we're counting down our last couple minutes, so I'm going to speed ahead a bit and talk about exiting Pop Chips. How did you know when it was time to move on from that? Or to sell more of the company?
Yeah. So look, it's obviously one of the hardest and most important decisions you can make. We all learn from our experiences. In the case of Pop Chips, as I said, I had run the business through the first 5+ years, and then made a decision. We brought on a new lead investor who bought out our investor. And at that point, we did what's called a recap, where some of the investors had a chance to sell a small part of their ownership. But really, we were all leaning in to grow with the new investor to take it to the next level. Look, in hindsight, it's one of those things where I always say, you don't really get to plan an exit. You have to be ready and opportunistic. I go back to who your investors are, make sure you're aligned with them, and you all think about it the same way. So when you get to that point in time, you can make a decision together, because obviously it's not just up to the founders, but also up to the investors and everybody to agree. And in the case of Pop Chips, look, somebody said to me once, when your lead investor sells, you probably should sell as well. And in hindsight, that was probably would have been a good decision to make, just because the business was exploding. We had gone, just our growth had been phenomenal, and it's always great to sell into your greatest growth. But in general, I don't really think you can build a business to think about selling. You have to build a business to think about, build a compelling brand and product proposition, something that works, something that's growing and scaling with really good margins. I think that's one of the most important things people forget is how good your product margins are. And when the right opportunity comes, you have to be ready for it. So in the case of Right Rice, we don't have any timeline in mind, but I think we just have our heads down, building the business, focused on doing something exciting and compelling. And when the right opportunity comes, we'll take a look then.
And while you might not have a timeline, has it affected how you will go about building the business or thinking about retail with this kind of goal in mind?
I don't think really. I think we want to think about a first mover. I mean, probably the thing that drives us to how I think about our retail expansion is probably more, building something to be first to the market, like we did with Pop Chips, and get out and kind of create a category. So I think it's important to accelerate a bit quicker for that reason. But no, I don't think our potential of an exit has anything to do with how I really think about growth. Again, other than making sure we have a product proposition with really good margins.
Okay, so you have wisdom on your side. You've done this before. What's some advice of something you would absolutely advise the entrepreneurs in this room to not make the same mistake from Pop Chips, or absolutely make sure they do what you did for X and Pop Chips?
The first thing I'd say is follow your passion. I always say being an entrepreneur is probably twice as hard and twice as fun as you ever think it's going to be. But just make sure you really believe in what you're doing and you're passionate about it, because at the end of the day, it's that passion that's going to get you to the sort of the roller coaster ride. I remember meeting one of the founders or senior people at Vitamin Water who had that incredible $4+ billion exit. And I'll never forget when he took me aside when I first started Pop Chips, and he said to me, "Now look, I know this looks like we've done incredibly well and this is the easiest thing in the world," but he said, "You won't believe the number of times I was ready to jump out the window." He goes, "It was just so hard and so stressful." So you got to have something you believe in and you're excited about. I think that's probably number one. I think number two is not be afraid to make mistakes. I think iterating and trying things is okay. It's a mistake not to do that, and so don't think just because you've done something you can't change it. We had some things in our distribution for Pop Chips early that we did that made a lot of sense, early in the process, and then we quickly found a better path, and we made kind of a right or left turn to think about how to do things differently, and it really helped us as we started to scale.
Well, thank you for sharing your path with all the twists and turns in it with us, and looking forward to continuing to watch Right Rice grow over the next couple of years into the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. An inspiring role model to all model your businesses off of. Now we're going to move from rice to a slightly different part of the store. So imagine a world of snacks, candy, and chocolate. No, I'm not describing Willy Wonka's factory, but a few years ago, that was the world of Mondelez International. But since then, under a new CEO, the company has shifted focus to also embrace other sections of the store, rethink its own set of brands, and find new ways to work with emerging companies, be it collaboration, innovation, or investment. So what are the avenues through which this is happening at Mondelez? Much of it is being done through a newly created innovation hub called Snack Futures. Tomorrow, you'll hear from Perfect Snacks, who recently joined the family of brands. But today, here to share how they're trying to create and invest in the next generation of snacking brands are Brigitte Wolf, who heads up innovation at Snack Futures, and Mel Gaceta, who's the director of the venture arm in the group. Please welcome them both.
morning, everyone. How are you? I'd say we're in sunny California as we came from Chicago today, but I think it's just as well that it's not super sunny, and we feel great to be in this room together where we can focus on this versus for those of us that hail from the cold that would want to be outside. Snack Futures has been its own little startup, to be honest. We are almost just over a year old as we were created. And as Carol said, the world of consumers and entrepreneurs and what people are seeing in the world of snacking and trying to grow and to serve those more choices and needs that consumers have is something that we saw happening all around us in the world of snacking. And so with that, it was, well, what can we do, or how do we participate in that in a way that is honest and authentic? It speaks to our consumers' needs in where they are today. It can anticipate their needs of where they go tomorrow. And then not only how do we do that by ourselves, but how do we do that in a world with each other, which is really exciting, because I think a year ago we wouldn't have been at NOSH, and this is really, when we look out to see, this is part of where the future extended family of Mondelez starts to be created. So I'm going to play this. There will be a video, I think we can do just after this. Our job in Snack Futures is to disrupt snacking. And it is really by that where we disrupt ourselves as a company, hopefully the industry. We can push the boundaries into categories that haven't been created and see where we can establish new categories, and then we can kind of see where we can disrupt our existing. So even the worlds of the chocolates, the biscuits, the cookies and crackers and candy, as many of you know are participating in, are ripe for disruption as well. So can we play the video for a moment? Perfect.
That's impossible. Imagine what the world would look like if we actually believed that. We'd have none of this, none of this, and definitely none of this. You know who decides what is possible? We do. The dreamers, the rule breakers, the risk takers. Those of us that don't see the world as it is, but as it could be. Today, we have the opportunity to do more, do it faster, and do it better. At Mondelez International, this excites us. We are on a mission to lead the future of snacking. That's why we created Snack Futures, an innovation and venture hub designed to feed consumers' appetite for what's next. By inventing new snacks, reinventing favorites, and investing in up-and-coming innovators. Our insatiable curiosity and hunger to disrupt has us exploring the earth to uncover trends, form human connections, and unlock new inspirations. Snack Futures will push the boundaries of what's possible and create a snacking world that is good for people, kind to the planet, deliciously fun. Snack Futures.
Like any proud startup, you have to figure out what you stand for and where your ethos is. But before we go into the presentation, I don't know if anyone noticed or has had a chance to turn on their televisions, but I've been watching this video for almost a year, and every time I love it. And I happened last night before I went to bed to click on the TV, and I'm looking down, and I'm listening, like, they're playing our video. So it turns out that this hotel actually uses this music. If you come in, you'll hopefully play it again tonight. So it was just meant to be that this morning we were talking about this, to play this video and hear the music. But it really is about pushing the boundaries of what's possible. And for us in a big company, that means going into parts of the store that we may not have been, and going to manufacturing places we may not have, but because it's always in service of the consumer. And it's always in service of a human. And I really wanted to emphasize that, because sometimes we talk about consumers as if they're aliens. And if you're a founder, you often were the consumer, so you know it's quite personal and it's quite passionate to how you want to succeed. And in this case, it's always reminding ourselves of what is that pain point, what is the real world that people live in, and then what can solve that, and then maybe either what we have that can exist and solve it, or what's something new that we can create for that. How we're structured in Snack Futures is pretty straightforward. You've got Mel and I up here representing basically the 3 tenets. We invent, creating new brands and businesses with a whole ecosystem that we'll talk about in a minute. We reinvent what I often will call our sleeping beauties. So as you can imagine, the company like Mondelez, there are many of them that with a little love and a little reframe, we can do a lot with. And then we venture, where it's strategically doing minority investments into companies like many of you here, and we have some of them here with us today as well. There are 3 things that we really wanted to talk about why we were really trying to be deliberate in how we show up. One is a positive impact, and you saw this in our mantra of good for people, kind to the planet, deliciously fun. It's really important as individuals on our team, as for a company, that we're making a positive impact on the planet and for people. But that also extends to our partners and our suppliers and our agencies, that we want to say when we've left you, it's kind of like when you have a friend, I was better for knowing them. We want people to be better for working with us. A progressive portfolio. So the world is changing all the time. If we're not pushing where to be progressive and we're doing what we've always done, we've missed our mark and our mission. And then lastly, an unconventional culture. This speaks to our ecosystem, but it also speaks to our mindset of trying to be as agile and as fast responding to both our investments as well as to all of you in the room, but also how we kind of try and unwire how we do what we have always done. And that's forced us to kind of sometimes look in the world in the mirror and say, well, how do we do this differently? And how do we challenge everything we've known? And who do we join up with? Our approach is pretty logical, because you guys probably live this every single day, but it's trying to be as fast and agile. How do we iterate? How do we get something very tangible in the hands? I mean, what you just heard, right? The product, the package, at the end of the day, that's what consumers are buying. So how do we make that come to life as soon as possible? I'll often say, we used to perfect things all the way to the end. But what if instead of wanting that perfect wrench, someone just wanted a hammer? So I can make a chocolate chip cookie, and I can ask all of you if it's good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. And you'll say, yeah, I like chocolate chip cookies. Or, you know what, I really wanted a brownie, or ice cream's my favorite. So I can get an answer right there. And then I can figure out, well, does it have to be crispy or chewy? And how many chips? And what kind of chips? And what other inclusions? But at a minimum, that iteration, and then as you do that each along the way, is to see, can I get enough information, enough intuition and judgment to make the next decision moving forward? And as many of you know, time and money are precious, so we're trying to make those decisions as fast as we can. Curious and collaborative. This is the world of innovation. How do you look outside and see what's possible, what might not exist? Why is it that we can hear and see and taste things certain ways and process things? So having that kind of going back to our true childhood delight of curiosity. And then progress over perfection. We've heard this, that many times it is better just to get something, check it, the classic, it's better to be done than perfect than never perfect. And as my parents will often say, you are never perfect. You might be practically perfect, but you'll get there. Where we focus, we have actually a strategic game board that we looked at all of those trends in the world of consumers, also with where we play as a company. And so what we're looking for this past year is 5 discrete spaces. If you think of them, each one is just a different filter or lens, because there might be, you'll say, like a cross on them. And they are our next generation of fruit and vegetables. We know that many consumers are trying to live their lives with more nutrients inside themselves. And so how do we get that? And it's often through fruits and vegetables. No Guts, No Glory, and we have Carol Landau here from Uplift with a prebiotic. The world of gut health is exploding, the microbiome and the science behind it and where it can connect to our holistic health continues to expand in the future. Heroic school snacks, we recently talked about this at the Kids Summit in Chicago. We'll mention one of our brands that are working there, but that trifecta of helping parents, and if anyone's packed a lunch, will know the pain in the morning of having to make something that you feel great about, not just good about, but great, something that your kid will actually eat versus bring home and hasn't been wasted, and that the schools or the legislators actually are accepting them into that environment as well. Ready to eat care. The world of functional foods is expanding more and more as we look at food as medicine and are exploring all those different kind of original foods that were always there, and how can we match the East and the West practices and learn from Mother Nature to help heal ourselves and be proactive in our lives. and then planet first, which is an underpinning. But in this case, how can we deliberately create something that is designed to be good for the planet? So how do we do this? Is with all of you and many of our partners in our ecosystem. It's an unbelievable world of expertise that we have in Mondelez, and we have research and skills and capabilities. But there are also things that we don't know and we don't have, and that's where that extended partnerships is really important to our existence. It's windows to worlds like this and others till we see where opportunities are, seeing different partnerships that we can do with startups, with technology companies. If you have a manufacturing or an ingredients or an idea, that's where we're looking to partner with you as well. And so what does that all mean it's come down to? It's been quite a whirlwind of a year, as I do say a year, where we actually have 4 brands that we are testing in one way or another. Dirt Kitchen Snacks you'll be able to try outside. This is where you talk about plant forward and how do you have more of those vegetables in your lives. And so it's a blend of nuts and vegetables and a culinary experience that we're really proud of. And as we would say, the best things in life come from the dirt. We have Ruckus & Co., which we just announced at that Kids Summit that I mentioned, and this is a frozen fruit smoothie for kids that will go in their lunchbox, thaw out by lunchtime, and then they can shake it and drink it. Kapow, which we've been testing in the LA market, and this is about a source of origination of where we have food waste going on in our chocolate supply chain. The cacao fruit is this unbelievable fruit that has pulp and the shell, the cascara, that has nutrients in them, that we saw an opportunity, instead of letting that pulp go to waste, to actually put it to good use in snacking, both for farmers as well as consumers. And then we have Nokue, which is not here, but it's in France that we're piloting, and this was actually a carbon neutral footprint snack designed for the aperitif occasion. And we're very proud, because if anyone knows the Apiuca in France, we just got 100 out of 100 on it. So really being deliberate in the choices that we're making, and then the speed to get this out there, we're quite proud of the invent side, and we actually welcome you to join us on that. And with that, I'm going to hand it to Mel to talk about our future.
Fantastic. So as Bridget had mentioned, one of the other pillars of Snack Futures is minority equity investing through ventures. So just all on one slide, as you can see, our approach. So why invest? I think a lot of this makes sense to a lot of the investors in the room here, and especially my kindred spirits in the other corporate innovation and venture arms, right? It's all about, it's a really big market that we're going after, and so we know that we just don't have all the resources to do it ourselves, right? We need to leverage all of the innovation that's happening amongst all the founders here of some of the most amazing brands. You guys can do it at a pace and a speed that it's really hard for us to do it within our own internal processes. And as Keith mentioned earlier, you have to continue to reiterate, and sometimes there's failure in that. And so that continues to be a muscle that we have to continue to flex inside the company, and we're doing that amongst our team members here, between myself on the venture side and Bridget on innovation. And obviously it's a way to access inorganic growth. Organic growth, inorganic growth, leveraging how do you get to market quicker and faster. How do we invest? If you think about it, we do it through minority equity investing, and typically that's in the call it under 10% range. Average investment tends to be call it $5 million. A lot of times it's going to be under $5 million as far as investment goes. We are looking for a solid strategic fit, right? It's really got to fit in terms of where are the gaps in our portfolio? Is it hitting the trends of premium and well-being? And some of these kind of native digital brands that are out there that are growing from the online world into the conventional natural, those are some of the things that we're looking for. And again, a lot of it aligns with what Bridget's looking for, which again is well-being and healthy and premium. So other things that we're looking for, obviously scale potential. These are companies that it's hard for us to do deals or invest in companies, I should say, under $5 million in revenue, just because if our mandate, as Bridget had mentioned earlier, with new leadership coming on board, to really drive that top line revenue. So we really do think about the companies that we're investing in and how that could impact us going forward. And then lastly on that one, we are an active investor, right? We do like to bring strategic value. Next slide, I'll talk to some of that value that we are bringing We do act on the boards as board members, directors, as well as sometimes just observers. And we do like to co-invest. We can lead deals, but we also like to syndicate amongst some of the other investors around the table. As I mentioned earlier, what do we invest in? Bottom left corner, premium and well-being. If you think about well-being, it's very much about not just your body, it's about mind and body, right? So we are trying to balance that idea between healthy and indulgent. And then startups that we're looking for obviously align with our core. Chocolate biscuits, gum, and candy are kind of right up the fairway, but then we think about the adjacencies around that as well. Working with startups, I probably should have flipped 1 and 2 because I think investor reputation is probably the most important. Certainly something that I've seen in my almost 20 years in corporate venture. It's creating and building those lasting relationships so that you can drive the deal flow. If you can't create that and be show the value to those other co-investors around the table, you won't start to see those startups come through that network. That bullet 3 there, numbers favor the investor. I think it's really important for a lot of the founders here to just understand. We probably get hit up. My colleague Adam Michaels is here from the North America team as well. We probably get hit up by, call it 100 companies on a monthly basis, right? And so the idea behind some of these companies making it to the end and getting to a point of pitching it to our investment committee, it's pretty daunting. And it's the same numbers that I saw in the venture world. There were times where we probably ran through 500 companies that we've met, and probably 5 were only worthy of making it to investment. So just understand that. And again, it goes with that next bullet of, look, a quick no is better than a maybe. I think a lot of you companies that are out there that are raising funds, I think you'd rather know right up front whether or not we're interested. And if we're not, tell you the reason why and why it doesn't fit. And then perhaps maybe there is, even through our own network, perhaps plug you into somebody where we think could be a better fit for you. Whether it's maybe it's another strategic, it could be another financial investor, just helping you kind of take it to that next level. And then lastly, know what the startup wants beyond an investment. What is it that you guys are looking for? And I'll take it to that next page. So the things that a lot of startups come to us looking for are going to be things like procurement. R&D and quality is another thing that's very important. Manufacturing, of course, goes without saying. And then distribution. A lot of times it's all about opening new doors and kind of taking that trajectory and pulling it to the left. So you've got that hockey stick that happens sooner. And then consumer insights and digital marketing. Clearly, areas that I think a lot of companies are looking to build on. And then lastly, the 2 companies we've made investments in, Uplift Food, as Bridget mentioned, Carol Landau is here, and she'll be at lunch later. I'm sure you guys can connect there. And then Hue, which is a premium chocolate company based in New York City. So, and with that, done.
Come on up, Kara.
I'm going to come join you guys on stage, take some seats. So why, you mentioned it was really important to launch Snack Futures. What was at stake here? Like, what was the risk if you didn't launch Snack Futures?
There's a lot of companies out of business. It was both. It was, if you're going to want to double down in the world of snacking, and you want to be a consumer-centric company, which were 2 cornerstones of our strategy, it had to be go where consumers are going and follow them. So to do that, we really had to break up some of the paradigms and, as I was saying, both the what and the how of the mindsets. And so to do that, we actually put a team to start, which was how do we isolate ourselves a bit. We're still connected to all the business units, but operate a little bit differently and offline, where we can go after those spaces with a lot of degrees of freedom and then act on it. And so from a commercial imperative, it was, how do we demonstrate we can do this? How do we go into spaces and start developing for consumers? And it starts to snowball culturally, as well as signaling to the marketplace that Mondelez is evolving, and that's really important.
Now, there are other large strategics who launch, innovation arms or incubators or venture arms. What makes you guys different?
We've talked about this, we were really deliberate. I mean, you could argue we were late. We were one of the later ones to do this. And part of that was intentional of trying to study from different groups, different peer companies of how they've organized themselves and what worked for them and the lessons learned. Talking to incubators and startups to understand how do you guys and what needs to be worked as good partners from a corporate. So I think trying to be as thoughtful and deliberate of where we're focusing on the approachability that anyone can come up to Mel and I is trying, and others, is really having a deep bespoke choice on that. And then this deliberative walk, run, fly of giving us that space to prove this out. And so far it's working.
I think it's also interesting to note the kind of the growth just overall and how many corporate venture capital arms have really developed over the last couple of years. Every year there's a conference in Monterey, California, where all the corporate VCs kind of get together, and it's gone from probably when I started going there probably 6 years ago, you were probably at about 200 or so people. Last time I went, you were probably at about 700 people. So it just goes to show you that there are a lot of corporations, and again, just being vertically agnostic, there are a lot of corporations out there trying to figure out how to work with startups, whether it be in brand or in healthcare, medical, tech, automotive, industrial. There's a lot of companies out there that I think are trying to embrace that and embrace it in a way that it's good not only for that startup, but also the investors around the table.
And we were talking about this yesterday a little bit. What's the ratio of food companies at that conference? Has that gone up over time? You came from tech where investing in smaller startups has been around for a long time and a common practice.
It's really interesting because I think for the longest time you probably had the stalwarts of the Unilevers and the Cokes doing it early in food, and then probably in the last 5 years you've had many others jumping in. I think the challenge has been for a lot of the companies, just these large companies waiting, was when is the right time? Are the trends that we're seeing here to stay? And if so, boy, we need to realize that we can't do everything ourselves. And I think that's where they clicked the switch, and then everybody started to launch. And I think everybody's still trying to figure out what is that right kind of go-to-market approach. There are direct investment models. There are indirect as an LP into funds. You've got accelerator models as well that are out there. So there's many different approaches. I think they're all trying to skin the cat the same way, which is how do you really kind of get access to these really bright minds and bright brands?
I think to your earlier question too, that the speed of the change, it used to be, let's wait and see how this plays out. That luxury isn't there as much anymore. So it's, if you see something, there's a little bit of you need to act on this and you need to do something about it.
On that note, you guys didn't launch that long ago, and you've already launched 4 products and also made 2 investments. Why the speed so quickly, so fast?
Yeah. Well, it's the world is moving really fast, and so we have to demonstrate that we have the capability and the ability to move that fast. And it's an amazing team that can get to that human level of understanding the consumer and then really quickly figuring out how do we iterate and finding the right partners to invest in as well.
Now, we're getting a lot of questions around specific questions about people's businesses and deal size and check size. Will you guys be at a specific place that folks can come ask you questions at the conference?
Yeah, and we'll probably be, so find us. And Adam's, and the whole row of Mondelez is down here.
Right front.
But we'll also hang out and we'll be rotating with the snack feature stand right outside the door to the right.
Awesome. So for those of you who are submitting questions around your particular business and working with Snack Futures, that's a great way to chat with them. And thank you so much for sharing your journey, and looking forward to seeing where Snack Futures goes in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys go. Yes, yes. All right. Almost time for a break. But before that, I wanted to take a second and introduce you to a few of the celebrity brands at NOSH Live. And by that, I mean the contestants in this year's NOSH Live Pitch Slam presented by 301 Inc. We had a record number of applicants this year, and frankly, it was hard for the selection committee to choose our finalists. These brands not only had products that tasted great, but also impressed the committee with their potential for growth and their potential to become category creators. So with that, a quick preview in no particular order of who you'll be hearing from tomorrow during the Pitch Slam. We have No Brainer Foods, a creator of ketogenic, low-carb creamers, powders, and marshmallows. Eat Nice Foods, a producer of plant-based comfort foods. Sosi's Healthy Pleasures, a maker of traditional Armenian yogurt dips. Zubi's, a producer of plant-based alternatives to traditional Mexican salsas and dips. Vital Leaf, a creator of artisan CBD chocolates and herbal formulas. And Pulp Pantry, a snacking company utilizing upcycled vegetables to create classic junk food favorites. So during the NOSH sampling expo and experience, I'd urge each of you to make time, find these brands. They will be sampling, try their products, develop your own thoughts on them. So tomorrow during the Pitch Slam, you've got your bets about who you think is going to win. And make sure you chat with them during networking breaks as well. And speaking of networking, it's time to stretch and learn more about your neighbors. We're going to take a quick break and come back here at 10:40 for our next session about working with unicorn investors. So thank you guys. See you back soon.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, hey, hey.
I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH...
Welcome to the live stream studio at NOSH Live Winter 2019 in Santa Monica. We're really excited to be here with you. Thanks to our sponsors Snack Future and Factory LLC for our live stream studio. And our first guest is Dan Gluck, a managing partner at Growth Equity Fund Power Plant Ventures. Dan, thank you for joining us here.
Thank you. It's great to be here and be the first interviewee.
Yeah, the guinea pig, but I guess plant-based guinea pig is what we would go for if we were going to go that route. So let's dive right in. You work with Beyond Meat, plant-based mayo and egg company Just, and other plant-forward brands. Obviously, one of the biggest, if not the biggest trend that we talk about in this industry. Are you surprised by just how much plant-based has taken off?
I'm going to have to say no. When we formed Power Plant Ventures, the thesis was investing in emerging consumer food, beverage, food service, and food tech companies, predominantly plant-based. We think there's a huge need for it for many reasons. The current food system, it's really unsustainable, it's unhealthy, it's inefficient, and it's... change is needed, and we think a plant-based diet is one of the best ways to combat that. And so this is really beginning to validate our investment thesis. So it's nice to see things playing out.
That's really great. And when you're looking at these brands, what are you looking for in terms of, ingredient lists and uniqueness, and what do you think makes a brand stand out at this point?
Well, there's so many factors, but for us, it first really starts with team and their mission. And we need to ensure that the founders really understand where their business is going. Are they capable founders? Are they aligned with our mission as investors? And then from there, it moves on to the product and the brand and the operational foundation of the business. And so there's a lot of factors that go into our investment, diligence process. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to execution, and that starts with just working with brilliant entrepreneurs and founders.
Mm-hmm. And has your mission evolved at all?
Interestingly enough, no, which we're very happy about. When we started our fund in 2015, we wrote our own internal manifesto, and we just had a team offsite for the last 2.5 days in Malibu about 2 weeks ago before the holidays. And we revisited our manifesto, our mission, and our values and goals, and none of them have changed. So I think that's really helps to sort of validate what we're doing and shows that when we started with a really solid foundation.
Mm-hmm. So we just heard Mondelez speak, which I think you caught the end of, talking about investing in better for you ideas and bringing in food waste initiatives and things like that into the brand stories. Is that something that you seek in the brands that you work with? Are you seeking sort of this larger mission?
Yeah, we are. And I think, frankly, it was really built into our DNA as founders of companies. You know, I was the founder of a company called Health Warrior. Mm-hmm. My partner, Mark Rampola, is the founder of Zico Coconut Water. And my partners, TK Pillen and Kevin Boylan, are the founders of Veggie Grill, which is the largest plant-based fast casual restaurant chain in the country right now with nearly 40 locations. All of our businesses had impact written into their business models. It's not just about the plant-based forward movement, but it's also about how we're treating employees and thinking about other environmental impacts from packaging to our supply chain. And so I think today it's table stakes for any investor. It's really what we started with, but if you look at all investors across the spectrum, whether they're strategics, whether they're other major private equity firms, middle market firms, venture firms, I think this is something that everyone has to underwrite into their analysis. And frankly, it's great, you know, and it's something we're spending a lot of time on internally, working actually with an outside consulting firm, how to look at impact across the entire spectrum of an investment from diligence to exit. And it's something that we're going to actually share with the investment community and the entire food community when we're done with it. And we really want it to be something that's an open source project to help try to set a new standard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was an interesting report last month from the Hartman Group about sustainability and about what consumers are looking for. And one of the things they found, of course, is that price has an impact on whether a consumer always chooses a sustainable option or not. But when you're talking with brands and thinking about all of that, you know, how can they make sure that they're really doing something that qualifies as a sustainable practice?
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the biggest challenges and what we're working on right now, internally as well as with this consultancy, is really making sure that they're addressing all of these issues, and it's not just sort of greenwashing, so to speak. And so that's something that, you know, we're going to try to help set these standards and really keep companies accountable to it. So I think that's really important. I think that's the next stage of development that we're going to have to see in the investing world as it relates to writing in sustainability into our investors' theses.
That's great. Yeah, and you know, as plant-based becomes more mainstream, is it harder, do you think, for brands like Beyond Meat to sort of keep telling the story they started with? What are some challenges there?
You know, I actually think it's just getting started. I think we're in the early innings, and I think while here in the food community, we're all well aware of Beyond Meat, and certainly it going public has brought a lot of attention to the movement, but I think we're just in the early innings. When you think about the sales of Beyond Meat, it's still less than 1% of overall, total meat sales. And so I think it's the tip of the iceberg, and I think something that, we continue from an investor's lens. We think that there's just a lot of other segments in the alternatives that we're focused on that haven't even been really touched upon. Obviously, we see alternatives in dairy with milk, and meat has made a big movement, but we think that seafood is another area that's going to be addressed, and there's some really interesting companies and entrepreneurs working on solutions there. Cheese, pet food, the list just goes on. Yogurts, and so we're excited to continue to see all the development there. I would say the biggest challenge is valuations from an investor's lens. Because of the excitement of Beyond Meat, I think there's a lot of other investors who are getting caught up in the euphoria, founders who have certain expectations, and frankly, not every company is going to be a Beyond Meat. Very few will be. And so I think as long as everyone is rational and sets realistic assumptions of growth rates and exit multiples, then I think that the outcome will be phenomenal. But the last thing we want to see is overinflated valuations that end up just sometimes it could ruin companies because you get very lofty valuations and then it ends up diluting founders. There's down rounds and it gets ugly, and I don't think anyone wants to see that.
Mm-hmm. Now, on the investment side, how do you make sure that your relationships with these brands don't change too much as they get bigger?
Look, we, depending on the company, we have different relationships, but by and large, we like to take board seats. We're minority investors. Typically we own somewhere between 10 and 30% of a company. So we're not looking to control these companies, but we do bring some tools and experience from the companies we founded, as well as the 20 portfolio companies that we've had through Power Plant Ventures. And so we work closely with these founders and always just want to make sure that we're aligned with their goals. One of our recent portfolio companies, we've been investors with them for a year, and we just had a sit down, not a formal board meeting, it was just a strategic sit down of sitting with the founders of saying, what are your goals? What do you want? Your business is growing phenomenally fast. Are you thinking, you need to slow down and you want to exit? Do you want to grow this into a $1 billion business? What do you need as founders, and how can we help? So transparency and communication, like in any relationship, is paramount. And so we try to be as open, transparent with our founders as we can, and just make sure that we're all communicating and we're on the same page.
And what were... Oh.
I was just going to say, usually it's when things go bad, when communication breaks down. When things are going well, it's all pretty easy. But we try to get ahead of it. If something, a company hits a lull, a founder's going through a tough time personally, we try to get ahead of all of that, so we just really can understand, what drives each other and what motivates and how we can hold each other accountable and bring out the best in each other.
What did you learn from your time at Health Warrior, maybe a major takeaway that you then can apply to some of these newer brands?
Oh, there's a lot of lessons. We could spend the next day talking about it. But I would say just surrounding yourself with people you enjoy working with, for me, was one of the biggest takeaways. I was very fortunate to have partners who I trusted and I respected, and our relationship only further developed over time, despite when we hit tough times, because it's not always smooth sailing, despite what you see. And we exited to Pepsi and had a nice outcome, but it's not as always smooth as it looks from the outside. But any challenging time we went through, we actually came closer together. And so it's something for me, and I think a lesson for all founders, is just make sure you surround yourself with good people, whether that's teammates, whether that's investors, whether that's operating partners, suppliers, manufacturers, people you trust and people you enjoy working with. It sounds trite, but it really is just so important.
Mm-hmm. What are you looking forward to here at the show? I know we're still in early moments here, but
it's early, but I love the shows. I love the intimacy of the events, and so I'm going to spend a bunch of time in listening to some of the panels, and work the floor a little bit, see a lot of old faces, new faces, and we'll see where it takes me.
Sounds good. Yeah, lots of cool brands here this weekend. A nice amount of time to chat with them, I think, too, in between sessions, amongst snacks, of course. So hopefully you'll make some good connections here.
Yes, we always do.
Well, Dan, thanks so much for joining us. It was great having you here.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for joining us here on the Livestream studio at NOSH Winter 2019 in Santa Monica. And thanks so much to our sponsors for the live stream, Mondelez Snack Futures and Factory LLC. And we'll see you on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we're still online, so we can talk a little bit.
Oh, okay. Let's keep going.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you have any particular brands in mind that you know are here that you're looking forward to chatting with? Or?
All of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want. Nitpick every word of every speaker. And, we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe, and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop. And head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it, and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, hey.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks.
Good morning. My name's Jeff Kleinman. I'm the editor-in-chief of BevNet and Carol Ortenberg's understudy. And I'd like to ask you all to quietly take your seats so we can get rolling again. It's awesome that you guys are all here, and we're very honored. So on behalf of NOSH Live, we want to welcome our next guest, who until last month was the managing director at the Mark Cuban Companies. And he recently founded and will serve as the chief investment officer of a multifamily office called Legacy Knight in Dallas. Now, as a conference organizer and moderator, it's often uncomfortable when your guest tells you, well, yeah, I just quit that job. But Abe also told me upon leaving that he's going from 1 billionaire to 4, which meant that we only had to scramble a little bit to rework the scope of this interview, and we've done so, and now have a great opportunity to hear about not one, but 2 different unique classes of investors. The celebrity businessman and the high net worth family office. And to take us through through methods of working with both of those kinds of investors, the value add they provide, and his own really unique background as an operator, I'd like y'all to welcome Abe Minkara. Thanks very much for coming. Oh, nice. We have these blank label water bottles. I'm going to write my name on mine. So, look at this. I branded it.
What's the brand?
Jeff. Jeff Water. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what your path's been like.
So for the last 7 years, I worked with the Mark Cuban Companies, and a lot of the brands that you see on Shark Tank. So who here watches Shark Tank? Just raise your hand. Great. So Shark Tank is almost like what you're going to see tomorrow in the pitch competition, where you have, so all the sharks, and this is non-scripted, they have no idea what companies are coming in. And those companies have 3 minutes or less just to pitch the ideas, and then it's a non-scripted Q&A. And those deals really happen. And when Mark comes back with a list of companies, the ones that close end up being on TV, and those are the companies we work with as a team. So we built a team just to help accelerate growth, and in a lot of them you see their success stories on Shark Tank. And we do all the heavy work and lifting on the back, and we don't get any of the credit for it, though. But
So what is that? And we've had Shark Tank winners on before. We've even had Survivor participants on before. But one of the things that I think is interesting is what happens afterwards. You know, how you leverage an investor with, you know, quite frankly, it's not like you're getting Diplo on board. You're actually getting a brilliant businessman and his team on board. So, it's something of a unicorn to pull these people on. But when they're there, how do you use them best, and what should your expectations be about the interactions with them?
So it's an opportunity. You have to be prepared for it. So the celebrity, let's say the show is as a platform, all of these things are great for the brand, but you also have to be ready and you have to know how to monetize it. Just an example, if your website crashes when you're on Shark Tank, you're not ready. You're missing out on that opportunity. If you have a celebrity investor and you're not really using that celebrity investor, or you haven't really set expectations on how the relationship is, then you're also missing out. And celebrity investors, they all bring in their share to the brands. I think I like the comment earlier where if they actually give you a check, that means they're more fully committed. And it's true. And each celebrity, you have business celebrities, you have celebrities specific to your industry, you have just TV celebrities. They all bring something different, and that's, as a brand, you need to make sure what you're getting into. So the other thing is it's about consistency as well. As some of the brands here, when you work with influencers, one tweet or one post is not going to do anything. It's just the consistency and the storytelling that's going to make the difference.
So that's, I think, talking about folks who have presence, who are influencers. What about the value add of someone who's actually, made money through business?
Yeah.
Not to say that, entertainment isn't a business, but what is the sort of business savvy that the team brings that Mark brought or you brought to some of the brands that were brought on board?
Well, we also bring experience, because we've learned through working with many brands where we can focus and prioritize our time early on. But let's say in the Shark Tank world, if you are a new Shark Tank company, the first thing we do is make sure you're ready before the show. And so let's say what we actually close, and we know when the company's airing, and they know, they have maybe 2 weeks notice. But we need to make sure that platform, that one-time event, which is huge for the brand, you have to be ready for it, which means, do you have the right online presence? Are you also in line with your other partners? So let's say if you're with Whole Foods, or let's say you're with Walmart, do your buyers know? Are they prepared to monetize on that launch? Do you have enough inventory? Are you prepared on that front? If you don't, do you have the right back order strategy? So there's a lot that has to be done, even with this one-time event.
And I think that's sort of applicable to, look, I've got like a giant hand behind the screen. This is awesome. Hi, Abe. There's something you can pull out of any kind of major news event, right? And so what have you seen that's effective follow-through and ineffective follow-through with regard to brands that all of a sudden receive a lot of attention?
Well, the first thing is you need to be ready for the type of feedback you're getting. And the way the triage that we have for just this big scope on Shark Tank, you have your customers first. And you need to have the right messaging for your customers, and make sure we're in a data world right now. So you got to capture all that data and make sure that you are also categorizing all this information that comes in. Who's my customer? What type of customer they are? And then you'll get investors, you'll get vendors, you'll get strategic partners, you'll get media. So internally, as a company, you got to figure out also who's going to be delegated to follow up on all these different tasks. Because if you miss out on all of that information that's coming in from that big event, and throughout the life of your company, you will have those big spikes. Some are intentional, where you pay for, and some are organic, which are great. But you have to be ready, because you have to keep building on that momentum. And if you lose that momentum, those are opportunities that don't come easily. So you definitely need to be prepared. And then use that information and then just try to push it to the next level. So let's say you're on Shark Tank, definitely. You're on an event, say, I was on Shark Tank. You're a winner tomorrow at the NOSH event. Just claim it and use it. It opens doors.
What's the best way to deploy that? Is it through social? Is it through, do you want to put on your cards like Shark Tank winner?
Well,
and also, I guess the other question is,
yeah.
how do you move beyond the show and talk about the quality of what it is you're doing?
It's a great question. So, and it is important for you as a brand. Let's say the Shark Tank platform or the NOSH platform tomorrow is very important, because having been selected to be there and then winning it is a big, it's an opportunity. It's also a great feat to have gone through it. But you take that and you build on it. You can't always say, hey, I won NOSH, the NOSH pitch event, or I was on Shark Tank and I got an investment. You just take it and build it, and then you create your own identity as a founder, as a brand, and then you become your own platform.
Yeah.
And then you have to have your strategy for where you want to be in terms of who your customer is and how you want to connect with your customer based on an omni-channel approach.
So we're in a time of entrepreneurs as celebrities themselves, you know. I mean, everyone from Elon Musk on down. How good are they at deploying themselves and using that that power they have, that media attention they have, effectively?
I think they're good, right? Media is good. The key is it has to be authentic, right? I think the big celebrities that have an authentic voice get across, and if they have something to sell, people connect with that. And it's the same thing with if you're paying for a celebrity or you have a celebrity on your team or as an investor, it has to come out authentic. You can't be staged anymore. That's what your customers want that. And also it has to align with your brand. So if your brand is all about fake stuff, bring in a celebrity and just make them fake it, which won't be very hard, but you won't sell much. I think it's really, at the end, it's all about the messaging. Who are you as a brand, and is this celebrity really the right person to tell your story, right? In many cases, we've seen some of our entrepreneurs, they are great storytellers. They are celebrities on their own. They just don't know it yet. But they just want to rely on the outside celebrities to come and tell them how it should be done, when they're the best storytellers for their own brand. So you just got to believe in yourself, and sometimes you're your own best celebrity.
Absolutely. And so I want to talk about some of, leveraging more than just celebrity, but in fact, leveraging these kind of value add board members and investors, be they sort of long-term, well-resourced family offices, or simply folks who've been highly successful in business in the past. And I think to cue that up, first of all, I want to talk about your own background as an operator and what that's taught you as you look at food and beverage companies now.
Yeah, this is the ultimate question for entrepreneurs. Who do you say yes to when they give you a check, right? And we have, for the last 7 years, I've had the privilege of working with many entrepreneurs, and in many cases, being kind of a co-CEO. And we've been through many journeys of failures and successes. And no matter at what stage, you're always going to need more money. When hopefully you're not going to ask for it when you're out of cash. That's the worst time. But there will be opportunities where you need growth capital. And that's where you have the opportunity to be more strategic. When you don't have any money in the bank, someone gives you a check, you're going to take it, right? You want to keep the business alive. You're not going to really think twice about, I have all these options. Should I pick investor A or B? But if you're in a good stage where you've developed your brand, you have distribution, you have revenue, and you have the option of looking at a few investors, that's where you have to really think about, okay, who's the most aligned with where I want to be, where this brand wants to go. And that's where you look at that investor as experience. Do they have a team? Have they actually had an exit? What added value do they provide besides the money? Because it's very, very important. And then, because a lot of those investors end up being on the board or your advisory board. And that also provides a lot of value. And sometimes, building an advisory board is very important. And it's something we advise, especially early stage brands. Just for the right advisors would actually want to be on your advisory board because they believe in your brand. And usually they don't ask for anything. And if they do, they're probably the wrong advisor for you. So just bring them for their expertise. And eventually, as you grow as a company, they could be the right director on your board when the time is right. And you could have celebrity investors just to spice it up, because sometimes having, let's say, a celebrity on an advisory board could attract another financial investor that's right for you.
Let's talk a little bit about the family office opportunity and how that's a value add. Like, why would I want that kind of? And I'm, I think a lot of people understand why, but what's the specific best reason to try and work with a family office?
So family offices are, what makes them different is your options right now as brands. Early stage, you have the VCs, and they're great. You have accelerators, you have incubators. There's so many things. You have angel investors, and then as you get to the next level, you're looking for growth capital. You have private equity as an option, and the private equity groups are great. They usually have very skilled operators on the team. The difference, and then you have family offices. So family offices are an alternative private equity in the growth stage. The difference is a family office is probably going to be more aligned with you as an entrepreneur, business owner, because they will probably, if they're aligned with on your long-term vision, they don't really have any internal criteria to sell your company in 5 to 7 years, which is what private equity does, because that's their business model. So that's where the family office business comes in, is there could be more aligned with you on a long-term strategy for growth. Now, if you're an entrepreneur that just wants to start a business, sell in 5 years, private equity is great, right? But that's where, and I think we're seeing more family office now. And what's happening in the family office space is it's moving more from the wealth management domain to direct investments in private equity, and you're going to see a lot more activity in that from family offices.
Why?
That's where they see the opportunity for growth.
Okay, so
entrepreneurs, such as everyone in this room, are what family offices are looking for. But the thing is, they're not. It's the kind of capital that's going to expect you to have already proven a model, and you just need the right partner to scale. That's when you go to a family office.
Yeah, so not the same level of, say, tactical expertise or assistance that you might get from private equity or VC?
You probably won't have the same operational expertise as a private equity group, especially if they're focused on a specific niche. But you will have, they could have experience through their own business that they've sold and became multimillionaires, and that's why they have a family office, and that's the perspective they bring to the table. And then eventually, some family offices are building a team of experts as well in different domains they would like to invest in.
Now, is that your position now? Is sort of the?
That's what we're doing. Yeah, we're creating a multifamily office, so we are creating a shared platform for a number of families, and to be almost like on the wealth management side and on the deal side for investing. So we would be their outsourced CIO, Chief Investment Officer, to look at deals to bring them so they could do direct investments in.
Are you expecting to provide that kind of tactical experience? I know you go deep in.
That's a good example. That's right.
And supply chain.
Exactly.
So tell us a little bit about some of the strengths or weaknesses you see in earlier stage food companies with regard to operations and supply chain. I mean, how aware have the brands that you've dealt with been with regard to the ones that have cropped up in deal flow?
Well, the good news is this is a very hot category right now, and we see it. There's more of an interest from the investment community on food brands, especially natural food brands. And the challenges are just with any other company where there's so many things that go wrong in the manufacturing process. It's consistency when it comes to manufacturing and then having the right cash balance for inventory. And really, I think the core is the key, and the challenge I see the most are twofold. It's either on really having the right relationship with the right manufacturer, because quality is what it's all about, right? And then understanding the logistics behind it, especially if you don't, let's say, have a 2-year shelf life, or if you need certain requirements when it comes to preserving your product in a certain temperature, right? Let's say if you have a frozen product, it's one of the most challenging businesses you can be in, right? And then once you have that in place, is making sure you have the right distribution partners and the right retailers. And what we advise some of the early stage food brands is making sure they have that platform ready and optimized, and then test it out and optimize their online presence first, because that's a channel that you can own. And if there are any mistakes, you can control it easily. And then take that to the next level, create an extension of your online presence on Amazon, and then be very strategic with who your brick and mortar partner is, because you can just pick one and hit a home run. But even if you don't have that specific strategy, let's say you just don't want to be with Whole Foods, but you see other types of partners, make sure you have one partner. We still say, have one partner first, help them launch you, and then you'll figure out the strategy of how you want to approach every other channel in the brick and mortar space. It could be C-store, it could be something else.
You and I talked a lot about the term clean D2C.
Clean D2C.
Yeah. What do you mean by that? And why should these brands here be aware of it?
So clean D2C, I think what we meant is really understanding, having direct access to your customer as much as possible. I'll give you an example. Back to, it really is all about data. And the big companies, when they're changing strategies, what we're noticing is they're not going to the middle tier of service providers that gives them access to their customers. They're trying to own that channel as much as possible, because that's how you can actually get more data points of who your customer is and connect it with everything else. So you really understand your customer journey, right?
You get feedback, you fail fast, you know what they like, you know
exactly.
how they like it sent to them. How do you translate that into brick and mortar, though?
That's a challenging one. That's where if you really have a strategic brick and mortar partner, then you can work together on that front. And then you could leverage your data with their data and work together on how do you reconnect to your customer based on that information.
Are you seeing, over the years, you guys worked with a lot of D2C brands. Are you seeing best practices yet that sort of arise from those relationships?
I think everyone is still experimenting, but that's the trend, is trying to make sure that every aspect of the customer journey is captured to some degree, and you're using that, and then you're actually using that to create a better experience for a customer. So which means different way to sell the customer your product, or improving your product, or in sometimes just better way of just messaging what the value is for your product. Sometimes just a slight change in how you message the value of your product changes everything. I'll give you one example. So in a previous life, I used to be an entrepreneur in CPG space. I created a company. It's a men's grooming brand, and it was a waterless shave, and I did it for head shavers. That was the niche. And it was great, and it was a great product. Waterless shave, no mess, clean. And all my friends who didn't shave their heads say, I love it, but it's not for me. I said, if it's great for the head, it's great for the face. But the messaging was off. So I had to change the messaging and make it more broad-based. Instead of saying it's for head shavers, it said it's a 3-in-1 shave, pre-shave, shave, aftershave, all in one, and it clicked.
Yeah.
Same product.
It's interesting. I had this discussion with a brand last night about there may be more customers out there than what you think your original principle was.
That's right.
So, one last question. How do brands get in touch with you from here on in?
LinkedIn, probably the best way, and I'll be around. So would love to hear all your stories and see if any way I can help.
All right. Abe, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
So a fun fact about me, before I became a CPG nerd and was the weird person in the grocery store taking pictures of aisles, I actually started my career in non-traditional consumer research. And among consumer researchers, and let me tell you, this was a very cool crowd, there was one group that was regarded as kind of the rock stars of our industry, IDEO. They rolled into engagements, quickly sussed out where the opportunity was or wasn't, and crafted unique strategies that wowed clients and disrupted categories. They were able to push their clients to think differently and, frankly, to be uncomfortable sometimes. So today, I'm very excited to introduce you to Mija Jacobs, a senior director at IDEO in their Design for Foods group. Now, they've worked with a number of brands that you might recognize, such as Right Rice and Revolution Foods. And while they do amazing work, what's most important that we want you to take away is to understand the unique way that they go about conducting their work, why it's different than surveys or focus groups behind a two-way mirror, and most importantly, what strategies you can put into play as you grow your own brands. So please welcome Mija to share this and more. Thank you.
I don't need the podium. All right. Oh, shoot. No. All right, well, I've already ruined my opening statement here. So what I was going to say is, can anyone read this? Does that help? So that was based on a font from designer Daniel Britton to recreate the feeling of reading with dyslexia. And the font was designed to slow down your information processing, which is what happens when you experience dyslexia. It has nothing to do with intelligence and everything to do with simply how your brain processes information. What happens to people who experience dyslexia is actually different than this. They see letters and numbers bounce around, dance around, twist and turn on a page or a screen in front of them. And it can be incredibly aggravating and also sometimes quite embarrassing. But what Daniel understood as a designer is that in order to truly design for a problem that we don't understand, we actually have to feel what it feels like for the people that we're designing for. So I'm Mija, and I'm here to talk to you about how human-centered design, and specifically the empathy that's required of practicing human-centered design, can be a way to supercharge your brands and grow them. The company where I work, IDEO, is a global design and innovation company, and I have the privilege of working with experts from all over the world that come from various backgrounds, from doctors to packaging engineers to business designers, data scientists, and we all come together to practice human-centered design in order to create a positive impact in the world and tackle some pretty hairy challenges. The guy that you see in the middle there is the only one who's not wearing glasses, is our founder, David Kelly, and this is some of us celebrating him on his 60th birthday at IDEO. And this is David back in the day, in some of the earliest days of IDEO, doing one of its very first product design projects, which was to design the first Apple mouse. Now, early prototypes of the mouse used a butter dish for the body of the mouse and a deodorant roller ball to make it move around. And we prototyped, well, they prototyped, I definitely wasn't there then. And as they got further along in their prototypes, they were ready to start testing this new navigation experience with users and really understand how they could make it easy and intuitive to navigate. So David turned to IDEO's founder of human-centered design research, Jane Fulton Surrey, who you see there, observing a user. And Jane spent time with users to observe how they were interacting with these prototypes and what their experience was like. One of the things that she noticed was they would occasionally grimace or furrow their eyebrows, but it wasn't clear to her what that was about. But after spending enough time and talking to people and observing, it became clear that this was about the tension between this new empowerment that they felt in being able to navigate this mouse around the screen with the confusion about whether or not something they had done had had a response. So people weren't clear necessarily if what they had done had immediate reaction. This ultimately led IDEO to design into the mouse an audible and tactile click, which today is ubiquitous and we don't even think about it anymore. IDEO has moved on from its product design roots. We still do product design, but we do lots of other things today, using human-centered design to tackle challenges in the world of mobility, health, and food systems, among many other things. I am one of the founding leaders of IDEO Design for Food, where we use design to create sustainable change in the food landscape and really create better food choices for more people. And we do that across a lot of different types of projects, from packaging design, like with Keith on Right Rice, to sustainable approaches to packaging, to healthy behavior change and food as medicine, and also looking at how we can design systems like in schools and school lunch to help kids navigate learning better, more healthful ways to eat. One of the things that hasn't changed, though, about what IDEO does and how we do what we do is human-centered design and the empathy that that requires. And that means that every design challenge that we tackle, whether it's a systemic change or whether it's a new food product, means that we start with people. And we absolutely also look at the possibilities that technology offers us to do new things and the requirements that business has of us to create success in the marketplace. And we bring all those things together to create integrated outcomes, but it always starts with people. And by understanding their needs, we can get to design solutions that meet their unmet needs in new and creative ways. We do that in lots of different ways, quantitative and qualitative methodology. The point of our inspiration research is to go out in the world and really be in context with people, to be in the places and spaces where their mindset is about the thing that we're trying to study and learn. So, we might go to a rest stop to study snacking behavior or a college campus. We might go shopping with a consumer. We might go into a cafeteria and spend a day at a school to understand how to design for school lunch. But it's all in the service of understanding what's really going on for them in that context and not ask them to artificially try to remember something that they may or may not be able to recall. So of course, we're looking for the observable things, what people say and what they do. Those matter, those are really important in informing how we come up with solutions. But the slightly trickier part is getting deeper beneath the surface to what people really think and what they really feel. And that is what requires empathy. How do I know that empathy is a superpower? Not only has it been shown to help people solve problems more creatively, but I personally came from the world of marketing and advertising before IDEO. And I worked with a lot of really smart marketers that knew how to blend the art and science of brand strategy and expression and create some really big, powerful, beautiful brands that did really well. But I also saw a lot of brands fail to make a real connection with consumers. And oftentimes, that was because of an over-reliance on marketing research. Don't get me wrong, marketing research can be a really powerful tool to help us understand behavioral shifts and mindsets and things that are happening on the surface, but it doesn't always get to that think and feel in the most powerful way. And it can lead to making sometimes a lot of wrong assumptions about what the problem to solve really is. So these are a few of my favorite fail to learn examples in the world of food, of making some wrong assumptions about the problem to solve. Anyone remember, anyone old enough to remember, Colgate beef lasagna? So in 1982, Colgate had research that showed them that their core target was single or widowed, liked to stay in and read magazines, was conscious about their food choices, but really liked convenience. So they made a bet that they could get their brand loyal shoppers to choose Colgate over other frozen entrees in the supermarket. Needless to say, it didn't work, and it doesn't exist today. Some of these others you may or may not be familiar with, but one that I do have to touch on is McDonald's biggest investment in marketing and research development in history was the Arch Deluxe. This was in the 90s, and they had research that showed them that consumers were having an increasing appetite for a more sophisticated burger. And so Arch Deluxe was designed as the answer to this research, complete with new secret sauce for grown-ups and sweet, extra fancy tomato ketchup, and an ad campaign that was aimed squarely at adults and frankly alienating to kids. So while indeed in the mid-90s, consumers were increasingly willing to spend a little bit more money for a more sophisticated burger, they weren't necessarily willing to do that at McDonald's, where they go for comfort and nostalgia and familiarity, and most of all, a kid-friendly atmosphere. So design-driven innovation has a distinct advantage over market research-led approaches. When brands take the time to really understand human needs, they can design and bring not only emotional value to people, but real business value. Some recent research from McKinsey and Forrester actually bears that out. They looked at human-centered design, companies that were practicing human-centered design approaches, like prototyping and empathy building. And what they showed was that the companies that were doing that were outperforming the average S&P in terms of revenue growth and in terms of delivering greater shareholder returns. So I'm going to share with you 3 quick lessons that I have learned in my last decade at IDEO about how to use empathy to build and grow strong brands. The first is about listening. I've learned that I really have to listen with an open mind in order to understand needs in a way that I can reframe the problem and come up with the right solution. Secondly, I've learned that you have to get tangible as early as you can in the process in order to test out hypotheses in ways that will lead you to a path that you might have not seen if you assumed that the idea that you had was the right one to begin with. And then feedback. I've learned to, both from clients and consumers, take feedback with a great deal of humility when it comes to putting our ideas out into the world, because you might think it's right, but you're going to learn something along the way that's going to tell you that there's something that needs to be tweaked, something that needs to be made better to really tighten the value proposition, to make the value proposition like laser sharp. So first, a lesson in listening. We do this in lots of ways. We might start by listening at scale. So using data science to look for social signals and try to understand what sentiment is shifting in certain ways and form hypotheses around that. And then we might actually go put ourselves in the shoes of other people that we're designing for. So this is one of our designers for a hospital emergency room redesign project that we did for Kaiser, obviously a few years back. Look at that camera there. He filmed the whole experience and had hours of footage of looking at a really sad ceiling with not a whole lot of interaction coming from staff to help him understand kind of what was coming next and where he was in the system. And so from this, we took a lot of inspiration and empathy about how we could design the emergency room experience to be more joyful, a little bit warmer. I mean, joyful is a bit of a stretch, obviously, from the emergency room, but at least more warm in terms of the environment that you'd be looking at, and better ways to understand where you stood in the process. One of the things that we have a rule around when it comes to listening is not to assume. So years ago, we worked with P&G to break into what was then an emerging category of men's beauty. And we wanted to learn from extremes, people that had really different types of experiences. So we talked to people that were self-professed experts in beauty and people that claimed to do nothing at all to enhance their personal experience. And this gentleman was one of those people. He's a construction worker. And as we were in the interview with him, we noticed this foot spa sitting on the floor next to him and asked him about it. And he said, oh yeah, I bought that for my wife. But you know, actually, I wear steel-toe boots all day at work, and my feet get kind of funky. And when summer rolls around, I like to be able to wear flip-flops to barbecues, so I guess I actually use it more than she does. So this helped us reframe the problem from how do we introduce men to beauty care, to how do we help men with the maintenance that they need to feel at their best. Am I making lots of noise? Sorry. Did I fix it? Is it, okay, yeah. Reframe the problem, thank you. So more recently, we worked with Plum Organics to rethink baby food packaging. And we spent time with parents in homes feeding kids through spoon feeding, which is arguably a much more intimate and bonding experience than eating out of a pouch. But it comes with a whole lot of stress about mess. There's multiple components to deal with, from the container to the lid to the spoon to the squirmy baby. And so parents had a lot of strategies for how to try to contain that mess. We also heard from them a tension between the desire to introduce their babies to lots of varieties of types of food and to have those foods stay fresh. So when we looked inside many fridges, there were half-opened, partially used containers that parents had no idea when they were opened, and it really gave them this cognitive load. So this set us off on a path of designing lots of possible solutions, some of which did not work out, like extra gripability in the container. How could we make it really grippy in your hand? Or how could we design into the lid a way to scrape out the excess food? But all of that led us to ultimately the solution, which was these transparent, stackable, handheld bowls that highlight the freshness of the ingredients and have an integrated spoon rest, as well as a really handy way to help parents keep track of when they opened the container. So when you listen with an open mind, you can find the unmet need and really find a new way to solve the problem that might be more creative than you would have started out with. All right, so let's talk about prototyping. Getting tangible quickly to test your hypotheses. So what we do is we take our hypotheses and we turn them into tangible questions that we can put in front of people and learn about, or even just put in front of ourselves to kind of play with and figure out. And you can do this with literally anything in a super scrappy way. So we prototype food, we prototype packaging, we prototype spaces, we prototype digital experiences. So just to give you a quick example, this is a prototype that we did for a digital interaction for a Sesame Street app.
Possible dance moves for Monster Maker. So music starts, and I'm the player, so I come in and I touch the monster, and he gives me a special dance move. I go and touch again, and he does a different one. And it can go for as long as I want. It has a few signature moves. And when I've had enough and I'm done dancing, I touch the back button, and it pauses, and the music stops. Monster Maker.
Cool.
That's all I can. Come on, Sonic.
Wow.
Get in there, Sonic.
Any guesses on what that is? It's just a piece of foam core with a poster printed out and a cutout in the middle. Super scrappy. I think I'm starting to, sorry. It's starting to fall again. Okay, so more recently, we worked with a couple of Bay Area entrepreneurs, Emily and Anjan Mitra, who had a full-service Indian restaurant called Dosa. And they wanted to, this is really weird, I'm sorry. Okay. They wanted to scale the restaurant into a, is it, yeah?
Can we turn this one live?
Hello? Okay. Slightly hard with my broken wrist. Should I take this off then? Okay. So we worked with Emily and Anjan to take their Indian restaurant and scale it in terms of both a fast casual offering and a natural foods retail offering. This is the brand that we designed with them called Dosa by Dosa. We designed the entire brand experience. One of the things that we did was take this space in Oakland and take it from this to this, and work with them on their retail presence, taking it from this to this. And this work took 2 months. So again, super scrappy prototyping got us to this result. The brand system that we designed was inspired by Indian truck art, and we used these patterns as the core for the system, which was a way to create both a cohesive and flexible system that would allow Emily and Anjan to forever keep adding new food lines and new SKUs to the lineup, as well as work with off-the-shelf packaging in a way that would help the brand be cohesive and stand out. Now, one thing that they did decide they wanted to invest in when it came to packaging was their namesake, the dosa. That's the box that you see up there. It's 20 inches long. It's a fermented batter of lentil and rice. It's quite delicious, and it comes with 3 dipping sauces. This is how we designed it to be served in the restaurant. But when it came to go and delivery, this is what we were working with, and it wasn't gonna fly. So we worked with Emily and Anjan to come up with some criteria to design a custom dosa box that they were going to invest in and have custom tooling done. A few principles that we came up with were sustainability mattered to them and to us, so it had to be compostable, it had to be easy to pack so employees weren't slowing things down, it had to be intuitive and delightful to eat out of, and it had to be iconic because it was the restaurant's namesake and the signature dish. So we got to work prototyping, and we had a couple of questions, many questions, these are a couple of them. Maybe Tiffin-inspired forms could be a way to create intuitive and delightful eating experience. Maybe a theatrical opening or like an unboxing experience could be a way to make it feel iconic. Did the iconic necessarily have to come from like the shape or the things on top of the box, or could it be about the experience? So here we are with the Mitras going over the prototypes, and we learned a lot from this. We learned that the friendly form factor of the Tiffins was a great idea, but it would actually require a 2-part eating experience where the lid would have to be removed with the sauces. And we learned that the wow factor was really about opening it up and seeing these beautiful, vibrant sauces on the inside and not so much about the opening itself. So we landed on a really simple form factor that we then realized, because of the compostability factor, couldn't have any color applied to it. And we were concerned that it would be too plain in that system that's so vibrant. And that's when our packaging engineer piped up and said, well, you know, the pattern, we could think about molding it right into the pulp. So that's how the first custom to-go 20-inch pizza box of dosa boxes was designed. And now Emily and Anjan are in 200 natural foods retailers with the line of off-the-shelf packaging that we designed for them. Finally, I'll make this quick because I think I have a couple minutes. A lesson in feedback. So I've learned that, again, I have to approach this with a great deal of humility, but when I do that well, I get to a value proposition that's pretty tight and that matters to people in the real world. We do a lot of different approaches to get feedback. We might do Shark Tank style feedback sessions with consumers. We might do pop-ups where we do looks like, eats like, cooks like. We might do co-creation sessions where we have people give input and feedback through hands-on. When we worked with the J.M. Smucker Company recently to take this beloved peanut butter brand beyond the jar and into snacking for kids and families, we started with an understanding of like, what does this brand really stand for? So we knew that it was parent acceptable and kid friendly and seen as wholesome and nourishing, but we still needed to figure out like, really where it should go in the snacking space. One of the other things that came to us pretty early on was its equity is in smooth, creamy peanut butter. Even if it's crunchy peanut butter, it's still smooth, creamy peanut butter with crunchy bits in it. And so to take this into snacking, we couldn't go too far. We couldn't go to like a sort of peanut butter flavored thing that's in a form that has nothing to do with peanut butter, because it would really break the equity of this brand. So what we did was we actually broke the equity of the brand by developing these sacrificial concepts that we knew wouldn't work, that we knew were too far for the brand, so that we could provoke consumers to tell us what was really important. And from that, we gained a ton of empathy about the need that parents have to keep their kids away from empty carbs. What was striking to us was it's not just about sugar. It's not just about the sugar crash. It's about the empty carb and sugar crash. The carbs were the bigger enemy to parents than sugar. But yet, when it comes to the world of snacking, it's what they have to deal with, and often it's what kids will actually eat. So we prototyped with the R&D teams, we tested different positioning approaches, and we did co-creation with consumers. And all of that led us to, we were inspired too by things that we saw parents and kids do at home with peanut butter when they actually had time to make snacks, but this isn't something that most people have the time to do every day. And ultimately, this led us to a set of food rules that the J.M. Smucker Company was confident through the consumer work adopting as the guideposts for this new Jif snacking brand, which was, let's lead with our strength, always first ingredient peanuts, let's not add any junk when we can help it, so no corn syrup, and let's have not only protein as the solution, but the perfect combination of protein and fiber that creates sustained energy and satiety to help kids last throughout the day. And that's Jif Power-Ups. They're actually pretty delicious, and they did give the JMS company number one innovation launch in category last year, so they're pretty happy with it too. So I hope that these lessons have resonated with you, and I'm happy to talk more about them at the breaks. I'd love to hear too from you what you're working on and how these things might help to inspire the things that you're doing.
Thank you so much. I think we're a little short, so we're going to skip Q&A, but you'll be around to answer questions, right? Yes. Okay, awesome. So, next up, although this industry might be a lot easier to navigate at times, and a lot of experts may claim that this is wrong, but in truth, there's no one right path to retail distribution. This is especially true, as I mentioned at the start of the conference, that natural and organic becomes more mainstream and more widely, even eagerly, sought out by retailers. So some of you may find yourselves in the position where you need to make choices about where you go next and when. For some of you, and like we heard from Keith earlier, that may be a retail partner who can take you nationwide and help you scale quickly. But for others, it may be less about size and more about storytelling through partnerships with smaller, more focused retailers. E-commerce platform Good Eggs is one such example of the latter. Through a well-crafted online experience and highly curated list of brands, they are partnering with companies to help introduce them to consumers that are eager to learn more. To help explain their story and how they work with brands, please welcome their CEO, Bentley Hall.
Good morning. Last time I was with Carol, we were in the Pacific Northwest, and we were legitimately crabbing and foraging for huckleberries. So this is a slightly different experience on the stage.
You were also like attacked by a seagull.
I forgot about that. Attacked, pooped on.
Pooped on,
One of the two.
by a seagull. Well, we're excited to have you here today, although perhaps not as scenic as crabbing in the Pacific Northwest. Now, some of the audience may know Good Eggs, but you are limited in geographic reach. So explain what it is.
Yeah, for those of you who do not live in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'm sorry. That's the only market we currently serve. But if you live in the Bay Area, what Good Eggs is the simplest way to feed your family well without settling. And the way we do that is a combination of absurdly fresh groceries, of everyday meal kits, of staples, of beer, wine, and spirits to wash it down, flowers too, kids' lunchbox items, a complete assortment that is highly curated within those categories. And one of the things that makes us incredibly unique across that assortment is an expertise in absurdly fresh. And what I mean by absurdly fresh is I mean produce that was picked yesterday, fish that was caught last night, bread that was baked this morning. We are currently 70% plus direct from local producers. It's actually higher than 90% in the category of produce. And to put that in context, the average store in the US, grocery store, is less than 1% direct from local producers. So the way we buy gives us an expertise in these peak quality, high integrity ingredients. Delivered same day, Bay Area only, but coming to other West Coast markets soon.
If you're not in the Bay Area, I recommend downloading their app and reading the descriptions and then being really jealous that you're not in the Bay Area because the way you describe these producers is just beautiful. Now, the company has had an interesting evolution, like many of the emerging brands here. Walk us through how it started and how it's evolved.
Yeah, I think Good Egg started back 7-8 years ago. And I think what that team at the time, I joined as CEO 4 years ago, what the team had right was this category is rapidly shifting, which I'm happy to talk about at length later. But the short gist, it's a $1 trillion category, and it's going towards two huge tailwinds. One is good food, and one is online. And the speed that those two tailwinds are driving change in that category means that grocery is going to go online 2 or 5 times faster than overall retail share in a category that's 6% of GDP. So I think people recognize how important that category timing is, and that team had it nailed. What they also realized was they realized that you had to have a truly differentiated product and way of buying that product. And for them, technology was a key way to unlock how they buy, how they work with those local producers. And 3, they built an incredible purpose-driven brand and culture, which is really authentic and matters. And so I joined after they'd scaled to 4 markets, and actually I joined 6 months after they scaled back to 1 market. And so it was definitely a turnaround situation. And the issue was never demand, it was never the quality of product, it was how do you build a business model that really works?
And when we talked about this, you said, this was last year, you said, you can't be something to everyone.
Yeah.
And that's a hard choice to have to make. How did you kind of come to that realization?
I mean, I think it's hard, but it's not hard for me because I'm not particularly good at multitasking, and focus is like a core part of my life. I mean, Keith mentioned it too, but I deeply believe in categories that are this large. You got to focus on a core customer, and you need to focus on really deep roots in core geographies. And so for us, we pivoted pretty hard on a core customer, and we said for the next 4 years, we're not doing any market besides the Bay Area. Let's just serve that customer incredibly well here and get that right, and then we'll see what happens after that.
So who is that core customer? Because that has evolved over time.
Yeah.
Beyond just geography.
Yeah, when I joined the core customer, there was 4 archetypes or personas, and they were all really interesting. One of them represented who the company was at the time. We called her Charlotte, and it was roughly a 20 to 35-year-old female, loved to cook, thought Good Eggs was incredibly aspirational, thought Good Eggs was a very cool, authentic brand. But the reality was they saw us as a specialty occasion, so they would use us once in a while. Because that customer, they can go to a restaurant on Tuesday night without getting a babysitter. They can go wander the farmer's market for 4 hours on Sunday. But when we looked at both data and we did IDEO-style research and asked customers questions, it was pretty clear that this core segment of people looked at Good Eggs as like a utility. It was like plumbing in their house or electricity. Like they could not live without it. It was necessary for their life. And they had this crazy level of passion and spending for the brand. That customer we call Marissa. Marissa is 30 to 45 years old, working professional, college educated, household income of north of 150K, oftentimes has kids under the age of 15. And for that customer who's striving to balance work and family, there is no better solution than Good Eggs because you can get all the convenience you want and you don't have to make any sacrifices on quality. And that customer has informed innovation, strategic choices, kind of everything we do.
And what are some problems you're helping this consumer solve in their own lives?
Yeah, I mentioned So I think we have these peak quality, high integrity ingredients, and we are focused on this core customer, and we are asking them, what is the problem that you have? How do we solve that problem with these ingredients? The reality is that customer week to week and day to day, their life is very different. Like dinner on Tuesday night after soccer practice versus breakfast on Thursday morning versus dinner on Saturday night when they have 6 friends over are totally different occasions. And we need to serve all of those, not in a binary way, but in a pretty flexible, dynamic way. And so we have meal kits that are less than 10 minutes during the week with simple ingredients, 3 or 5 ingredients. We have kids' lunchbox kits, because if you have 2 kids who are 5 and 8, packing lunchboxes is a giant pain. We have flour bundles, we have cocktail bundles, we have cheese boards. So you can scroll through, instead of the old world of looking for a recipe, doing some meal planning, writing a grocery shopping list, and going to the store and shopping across aisles. You just look at our solutions that actually serve you and solve those problems. You can add any of those to your basket, and you can get it delivered same day. It's pretty meaningful for that customer.
And you have some pretty interesting meal kits. I remember for Thanksgiving, you had, I think it was turkey tamales with mole sauce.
Yeah.
So they really span the breadth of, traditional to sort of out there and more adventurous.
I agree.
So how important is cooking to your consumer then with that? Is that a key part of their life, or are some of your shoppers just looking for packaged food that they can add in to their basket?
It's a great question. I think cooking is actually really important to our customers' lives, but there's inevitably a night or two a week where they don't want to cook. They can't even heat a pan. And so there's a difference between, I'm a good example of this, and my wife and I and our kids. On weekends, we would love to cook with our kids. On Wednesday night, it's really hard. And so what we're trying to do is have this balance of prepared meals, ready to eat, meal kits, and then if you want to have an amazing 6-hour meal that you want to cook on Sunday, go for it. So it's actually all of those. Maybe a simpler way to answer that question is our average customer cooks at home 3 to 5 nights a week, gets takeout 1 night a week, and goes out to dinner 1 night a week. And so how do we serve all of those in a non-fragmented way?
I think one thing that's really interesting about your retail platform is that a lot of other retailers think about the customer experience in the store.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just about putting stuff in the basket, but they're not thinking about when they get home, what they do. And you guys really are sitting there and saying, how are you living your lives once you get home, and how do we be part of it? How did you realize that this was, a part of the equation you needed to address?
Yeah, we are a store, again, with peak quality, high integrity food. And so what we don't want to have is we don't want to have a DTC online business remove the experience from the equation. And that is everything from the purchase experience, to browsing, to reading the stories about certain suppliers, to getting it, to tasting it, to cooking it. All of that is important. I think the way we've organized our team is think about end-to-end customer experience from that beginning to the end, have somebody fully accountable for owning that full experience, and be really thoughtful about it, and always iterate on it.
So I want to talk about just general insights in the products and what you're seeing with trends. So we just finished Thanksgiving, which for a lot of retailers is a really busy time. Mm-hmm. Thank you for being here the week after Thanksgiving.
Of course.
How do holidays affect Good Eggs? Do you guys see that same spike in traffic?
Yeah, well, Thanksgiving, I imagine, for any of you here who are in the retail business, is a crazy week. It's usually 2, 3, 4 times an average a week, and it happened to be this week last week in the Bay Area where it was raining sideways, so like the first 2 days it rains in 8 months are on our 2 biggest days of the year. Those are occasions where our customer wants to cook and where incredible ingredients really matter, and so we see this like big share gain during that period as well. Other seasonal blips like Sunday and Monday are big days for us. Summer, we always see like a 10-15% dip because our customer goes on vacation and we don't serve other geographies. Those are some of the seasonal trends.
Awesome. And are there any trends in food that you've seen your consumer particularly interested in?
I think this less fragmented experience of ready-to-eat meal kits, groceries, and having you pick what and when you want is a big movement. I think some great retailers now are seeing 30-40% of their sales come from those categories. Because they are a customer with kids, there's a couple ingredients and brands that do really, really well. Corey, our buyer, who's here in the back, he's talking about Made Good, which is his nut-free bar. which has this really high repurchase rate and loyalty, and they've done some great storytelling with us because you can't have nuts in a lot of schools anymore. It's a good example of like a sub-trend. Plant-based eating is a, I wouldn't call it a trend, it's a shift that is here to stay. I mean, Urban Remedy, Paul's in the front here, that brand and those product lines continue to do really well on the site. Those are two examples.
How do you track what consumers are searching for? Are you noticing when they're searching and they're not getting hits?
Yeah, we have lots of data across both search terms and reorder rates and velocity, and we look at that real time all the time, and our category managers do. The tension of our business is we have this huge basket size and this huge frequency, and people never leave the service, and we do it with less than 5,000 items. And so again, complete across categories, but highly curated within those categories. And so we're looking for brands who are really, really leading or defining their category. And we want to have fewer brands, and we want to go deeper with those brands. And the way we find those, and the way we discover those, and the way we double down on those is looking at things like repurchase rate, which is a direct-to-consumer brand. We can say what customer has bought this repeatedly each week over the last 2 years, which is a very different data point than like velocity on shelf with no connection to like who are common consumers and who are new and who are old. That's a measure that we watch.
Now, you mentioned that you have 5,000 items. A lot of retailers look at e-commerce and they're like, wee, endless aisles, I can put everything in there. How did you guys realize that was not the path you wanted to take?
I think it's the same thing. It comes from focus. I mean, if I'm trying to be everything to everybody, I need a huge SKU count. But I don't know who in here needs 500 types of sliced bread to choose from and like 2 aisles of it. You need a good, a better, and a best bread, and you need a couple different varieties in that. And I think paradox of choice is real. And when you're on a site with like beautiful photography and beautiful stories, higher amount of assortment is not useful. What is useful is better curation and better storytelling, so you know why you should try that bread and what matters.
Now, you mentioned good, better, best, and kind of that your consumers are looking for the best in category. Are they more for the packaged food items here looking for staples, or are they pushing and looking for those cutting edge products?
I think it's both. We talk about these two functions that MRSA has, or these two jobs. One is the operator role, which is honestly more commodities. Think of like the milk, the eggs, the bread you get every week. How do you take what is 80% of your time in a chore, and how do you shrink that to 10 or 15% of your time, so you can spend more of it in this discovery and exploration mode, which is where we have amazing things. We want to continually shift that because we have really unique things. We want really unique brands, which many of you are. We want to lead the way on that front, and that's it.
And you know, we've talked a lot about cooking or meal kits. You do have packaged food on the site. Talk to me about that, what you look for in a packaged product.
We have a We're Picky list that's on the site. There's 7 criteria. It depends on whether you're a packaged food or a protein source. I won't go through all of those. At a high level, they are, does it taste great, which Keith mentioned? A really key criteria that is often missing in food. And then does it meet these rigorous sustainability criteria? Admittedly, as a retailer, we're a bit of a pain in the filtering process to get on our site. But we do that so that our customers can come on the site, trust that of these items we've brought on board, we've been really thoughtful about it. There's a saying, it's in the back of one of our delivery vans, and it's like, we believe in knowing your farmer, even if, we believe in knowing your farmer, even if you're too busy to do so. And I think that's a truth.
And so what does that process look like on getting on the site? Do you have like a category review? How does a brand go about getting on there?
Yeah, I talked to Corey about this last night. We have classic category reviews, like any retailer. I guess the difference is we don't have shelf sets, so we are a little more flexible of when and how we can open up for new brands. Corey and I were talking last night about how that is useful and that is a really effective tool. But what we actually want to shift more of our time to is saying what are the categories we want to lead in this quarter, in this year, and actually go out and hunt more and search more and really double down and lead on a few categories, because we've now gotten to this place where assortment is relatively good. So I think it's a combination of classic category management on a schedule and really pushing the envelope on searching and hunting and innovating.
And besides just tasting great and having high quality standards, what are some attributes of brands that do well on the platform or see success?
Yeah, again, because we buy so much direct and local, you have to remember we're taking these best food suppliers and we're connecting with people who love food. And Good Eggs actually, as a brand, is kind of getting out of the way. Our job is to connect those two. So we have 100% transparency. You can go to any product, any produce item, any bread supplier, any seafood supplier, find out who it is, where they're located, what their story is. That's one of the best ways, I think, to do that. Other attributes besides 100% transparency is, I'm thinking about a category where this makes a big difference. I mean, proteins is a big difference. There's grass-fed beef, there's dry-aged beef, there's heirloom varieties of beef. There's this amazing producer we carry that is leading the forefront of bringing carbon down through their farming practices. Those are all different attributes within a simple category of beef. Each category has their own variables and dynamics like that.
Are there things, though, from a business side that brands need to do? For example, like a certain number of promotions or ways you suggest they market their own Good Eggs on their own sites?
There's many ways we can co-tell a story with a brand, but the first criteria is like, do you have a truly exceptional brand with a strong point of view that is not just a little better than everything else, but is truly different? That's the start. If you have that, we can sing about your brand from the rooftop. If you don't, it's really hard.
And so speaking about singing about the brands from the rooftop, when you visit the site, there's these beautiful pages and gorgeous photography. I know you take the pictures yourself, but does a brand need to be like visually, aesthetically pleasing? How much does their own branding matter when clearly your branding and visual aesthetic really matters on Good Eggs?
Both matter. I mean, Dose is a good example. Dose that we carry on the site, Right Rice, Urban Remedy, like all of those are well-branded products that when you take a photo in-house, they stand out and they look great. That's still a small portion of our business. We have this huge portion, which is fresh bakery and proteins and produce, and that's not a brand. That's just take a picture of the product. It looks great on its own.
So we just have a couple minutes left, and I want to pivot to you a little bit. You have an interesting background in that you were on the brand side, like many of the entrepreneurs here, before you went into retail. So now, with this wisdom that you have being on the retail side, what's your advice to brands about engaging with retailers? What are some tips that you wish you knew when you were on the brand side?
Yeah, there's a lot of common threads. I don't have any genius insights, but I scaled CPG businesses for 15 years. I'm a small investor in a couple of CPG companies, and then I've been a retailer for 4 years. So I do have this strange balance of experiences. I think the thing that is often missing at an early stage brand level is they're pitching really hard on what their company is without actually having that dialogue and that empathy and listening to what a retailer is actually trying to achieve. I think there's a high correlation with brands who have really succeeded with ones who've been super thoughtful about channel strategy. They've really gotten to know who those retailers are. They've read their annual reports. They've thought about who they are. They've talked to a ton of people before they go in. And they go in there with a mentality of partnership, and they listen, and they try to get that buyer promoted by making that category a standout hit. Plum's a good example. I was at Plum for eight years, and in the first year, we did something very different from a channel strategy than most early stage brands. We didn't say, let's go to natural and then let's go to conventional. We asked a simple question. We said, where are our customers? And what are the 5 leading retailers or the beachheads in each of those channels? Diapers.com was online. Diapers.com was 7 people in New Jersey at that time. And this was a long time ago, but we knew that online was going to be big for this customer because they bought diapers. That became a $15, $20 million a year business for us. Second one was Toys R Us, Babies R Us. We found out, which is ironic given their current state, but we found out that they really wanted to push into food, and they had 80% of new moms registering on their site. And so that was free marketing to new customers for us. That became north of a $20 million business for us. Target was a key channel for mass. Safeway we picked for conventional, and then Whole Foods we picked for natural. And actually in year 1 or by month 18, we had small regional tests with each of those key retailers, learning and partnering with them. And at the end of the first 2 years, our revenue wasn't as high as what it could have been, but then we had every one of those major retailers across those channels doubling down, taking us national And everybody else in that channel honestly followed suit. If Target's taking you national, if Whole Foods taking you national, if Safeway's taking you national, why would another brand not also take you national? And so I think, to summarize that, be really thoughtful about where your customer is, which channels you are picking, and don't just do what everybody else does. Do what's right for your brand and your customer and your product. And I would say, like, be a little bolder about stepping outside of the norm on channel strategy.
Well, thank you for sharing your own path and how you guys are bold and clearly defining that path in the Bay Area, and looking forward to seeing the company grow. Thanks for joining us today.
Of course. Thanks, Carol. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Joel. It's kind of great timing that we had so much discussion about Shark Tank earlier today, given our next speaker. And you know, today and tomorrow, you're going to hear from a variety of brands who, for all intents and purposes, are success stories. But just as important to understanding how to manage a business when things are good is learning how to proceed when things are hard. Because let's be honest, you all run businesses that need to sell products and making money. And to do that, regardless of things that are going smoothly or if you've seen some bumps in the road, you have to keep an eye on the horizon and look ahead to the future. Where do you want to be and how do you get there? In 2010, Junia Rocha and her company Brazi Bites set up to bring a beloved Brazilian snack food to the US. And while the company was able to ultimately find financial success and sold a majority of the company in 2018, getting to that point was not a straight line. Along the way, there were growing pains, staffing changes, and overnight fame. But throughout it all, the company had a really measured approach to growing and scaling. Today, she's going to share the company's story and how they continue to see growth and pushing ahead, even when that's easier said than done. So please welcome Junia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Junia Rocha. I'm the co-founder and CMO of Brazi Bites. I'm excited to be here today. I know I stand between lunch and you, so I promise this will be fun. Stick with me here. So I'm going to share with you today, we've got about 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to share the wild ride that I've been on in the last 9 years. And the way I'm going to structure our time together is that I'm going to split. The business has gone through a huge journey and a bunch of different crazy stuff. So there's going to be 3 different sections of it. Section 1 is going to be the bootstrapping phase. Section 2 is going to be the growing phase. And Section 3, hitting the gas, which is the phase we're on now. In those 3 phases, I'm going to share how we tackle brand awareness, staffing, and production. And then I'm going to share some lessons learned. So Brazi Bites is a better-for-you food company making Latin-inspired products that are delicious and happen to be naturally gluten-free. So the original mission of the company was to bring Brazilian cheese bread to the U.S. market. Brazilian cheese bread is the most popular snack food in South America and in Brazil. It's wildly popular. It's ingrained in the culture. I grew up eating it. I loved it. It happens to be naturally gluten-free, made with tapioca flour. And in 2010, I saw this opportunity along with my husband and co-founder that we could bring this product to America and sort of put it in a way that Americans could understand, brand it, have the right recipe, and have the right message, and be at the right retailers. While this product existed here, and it's been around for hundreds of years in South America, it wasn't in the stores that we shop. So that was the idea that ignited the start of Brazi Bites. So this is a real accurate revenue graph of the journey of this brand. And this is going to make a lot of sense to you as I go through my presentation today. Phase 1, bootstrapping. Chapter 1, a lot of grinding there. Trying to really get this thing going. Chapter 2, growing. Chapter 3, hitting the gas. So let's get into Chapter 1, bootstrapping, or as I like to call it, the grind. And not just any grind. Like a pretty epic grind. Pretty epic. that lasted 5 years, involved non-stop work, every day of the week, every hours of the day, a benefit of a husband and wife team, you never stop, and included no paycheck for us founders for 5 years growing this brand. During those 5 years, the priority was about proving the viability of the product and proving the viability of the business. This is a frozen foods company, and we were first-time entrepreneurs. But we knew there was an opportunity and that this product and this idea was special, and nobody was doing it well. We grew to the natural channel, started knocking on doors in our local market in Portland, Oregon. So brand awareness during the grind phase was all about in-store demos and really being at the point of purchase with the consumer and starting to collect that data and learning. We started doing local events. We did all kinds of events during those early years. We did beer fests, we did marathons, we did kids event. Think about, we did street fairs, every kind of event. We were starting to collect data on why were people attracting to this brand? What were they enjoying about the product? So a variety of things, and some of them didn't make sense, but we were learning from them. And then we started doing organic social media. Production was in-house during those 5 years. We started a commercial kitchen, one of those shared commissary kitchens where you pay by the hour, you make your product, you pack your things, and you go home. Then we started growing and moved to a shared facility with multiple manufacturers in our hometown, but it could grow and a little bit more controlled. And then towards the end of it, we built our own plant. This was the only path forward for us. We didn't have a choice. Nobody was making Brazilian cheese bread in the US market, but it turned out to be a really good thing. Staffing, 2 founders and production, 5 years, that was it. So let's talk about some lessons from the grind period for Brazil Bites. Lesson number 1 on brand awareness, sharing with the entrepreneurs here in the crowd. Find what works and stick with it. We were trying a bunch of different stuff and we were bootstrapping, so we didn't have a lot of resources. At some point during that period, we built a food truck. We thought that was a good idea. We drove around town and we baked freshly baked cheese bread, and sometimes we sold, sometimes we handed out samples. And we thought that if people saw our logo driving around in a van in the streets of Portland, they would make the connection and drive to Whole Foods and buy our product in the freezer section. So about a year later, we realized that was so time-consuming. We cut the food truck, we sold it. And I will say, the food truck is not necessarily a boneheaded idea. It's not a horrible idea. It just wasn't right for that moment in time in the development of Brazil Bites. We were in a handful of stores. We were a frozen foods company. So the right thing to do was to really drive awareness at the point of sale. Big lesson there, and it really shifted for us to be focused. Make yourself an operations expert. This is an important lesson for founders here. To us, that came in the form of self-manufacturing, right? We run our plant. We became obsessed about product quality, taste and quality and shape and product experience and consumer. There was an obsession. We understood the chemistry of the product, how the employees felt at every stage of the production process. I literally, at some point, almost blessed every bag that came out of the facility and went to stores. What that did for us as we scaled the brand is that it made us a lot more knowledgeable and powerful in negotiating our contracts with our co-packers when we had to scale and move away from this process. So I'm not saying that self-manufacturing is the right path for all brands. Maybe you're using a co-packer, but find a way to be an expert and be the #1 expert about your product. Limited capital can be a good thing. We obviously bootstrapped during that phase. It was very challenging. Looking back, it was a good thing. It allowed us to be focused. It pushed us to be nimble, to be scrappy, to find the right tension in the business model to make it profitable eventually. Stay lean. Don't get too top-heavy too fast, right? There's a trend in our industry now where we just launch a product, hire a bunch of executives that have done it before. Think about the timing. Make sure the timing is right. For us, we were extremely lean. But it allowed us to move quickly and make decisions quickly. As we're learning from those events, we could change, we could pivot the brand, we could evolve very rapidly. We didn't have a lot of opinions and didn't have to get consensus, and that can slow you down. Last one, track the wins and replicate. During those early stages, right, you're getting a lot of no's, but you're getting some wins. Why are people buying your product? Why are certain events working and some not? You know, pivoting, and this one is critical. So the overarching theme for us during the grind phase of growing this brand is knock on 100 doors, get 99 no's, focus on the one yes. We got a lot of no's. We got no's from buyers. We got no's from investors, angel investors, no after no after no. Nobody was getting what we were trying to do. But entrepreneurs and founders, you need to be your own cheerleader, right? This is about no, because you're the only one who's seeing everything, every piece of it. You're seeing what's working. And sometimes it's hard to communicate that with an investor when your revenue is not there yet. So that's the grind phase. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to the next phase, the growing phase. So the growing phase of Brazzy Bites starts 5 years in, and it was ignited by our appearance on Shark Tank. Shark Tank has been a topic today. And what happened to, for us at that point, to give you a perspective where we were, where we ended the grind period, we're in about 800 points of distribution, almost $1 million in revenue, about 4 regions at Whole Foods, Sprouts, Wegmans, and some specialty markets around the country. And we have the opportunity to go on Shark Tank. We go on Shark Tank week before Thanksgiving, perfect time of year for our product. Everybody's watching TV, cozying up in their homes. 9 million people watch the show. The sharks love the product. They take a bite on Brazzy Bites and they say, this is so delicious. I can't believe that's gluten-free. 9 million people watch the show, trust the sharks' judgment on TV, and something that we had never experienced before. They drive to stores the next day. They clear out every single bag across the country in those 800 points of distribution. 3 days later, Whole Foods sells out, Sprouts sells out, all the UNFI DCs are wiped. The company completely changes overnight. From begging for shelf space, from begging for angel investors, it reversed. A week later, we emerged a huge company that was profitable, that couldn't get enough, that investors were begging. But we didn't need investors anymore. The product was the investment. The product was working. The 3 years were all about taking advantage of that massive exposure, putting our head down, and just, we finally got discovered in a meaningful, big way. Shark Tank was the big thing, but we continued to do in-store demos. We started doing gluten-free events, very targeted in major markets and social media. So Brazzy Bites is not a gluten-free company, but all of our products are naturally gluten-free by nature. And so we serve the gluten-free consumers in a great way, and they're really loyal. We discovered that if we were hyper-focused on our event strategy and focus on the gluten-free consumers, that was really positive ROI because they're loyal, they write repeat purchase, and they're great drivers of word of mouth for us. So during that time, we moved production, we shut down a facility, we moved the company to a co-packing model, and staffing becomes more of a sales and marketing operation. So lessons from the growing phase. Find your Shark Tank and get as much as you can out of it. So whether it's Shark Tank, it's a Food Network show, it's a celebrity, it's an influencer, or it's a retailer that really believes in you, and it's going to give you the right merchandising activity, and it's going to give you the exposure, find it, because it's crowded out there in the industry. There's a lot of new products coming to market all the time, and you got to find a way to break through the noise. The only easy way was yesterday. I don't know if folks here are familiar with this military saying, but to us, that what that means is like work even harder, right? So for 5 years we grind. It's pretty exhausting. And then finally we break through and people want Brazzy Bites. They want our product. We're selling out everywhere. You could have put our feet up. But to us, it was time to work even harder. You know, it's time to work and really make this thing happen. So we put our heads down and we kept working even harder. Focus energy where you add the most value. To us, it was a decision to shut down manufacturing in-house and move into a co-packing model to scale. While we were capable and we knew how to manufacture the product, it was time to part ways. It's really exhausting. Running a plant is pretty hardcore, and it's hard to do everything. So we made the decision that it was time to focus on sales and marketing and growing the brand that only we could do, and we were going to outsource manufacturing. Put your brand to work. To us, that came in the form of revamping the brand architecture. So we were talking about design earlier today, and I'm a huge believer in brand design. It has to be right. When we were getting all this exposure, the brand wasn't ready. It wasn't up to snuff. So we very quickly, with those 6 months, we invested, we fixed the brand architecture and used all the knowledge that we had gathered during those 5 years to really create this brand that you see here today. And it's a brand that's really working. The product and the brand architecture and the packaging and the messaging has to communicate all of our values. And last one, look beyond the term sheet when selecting partners. This has been a common advice here today in the conference, and I'm just here to say that again, to make sure it's sinking in. While I'm not getting into fundraising in my presentation today, because that's a huge, complex subject, I will say that in the journey of Brazi, we worked with angels and we worked with different investors, and there were different dynamics there. What happened during the growing phase is that we saw massive exposure. We went from $1 million in revenue, the next year 8.5 to 13. It was massive. The company grew so fast, it became the third fastest growing food company in the United States during that time. We were rolling. The product was being well received. The consumers were loving it, but we didn't have the right infrastructure behind the scenes to continue to grow. So that growing period ends with us looking for a partnership to structure the company behind the scenes, operationally, build the right team, because, you know, 7 people at that time, it was hard to scale, so it was time to reset. We ran a really thoughtful process. We had some experience with angels and other types of investors, and we really knew we needed to do this right. We ran a process, found the right partners in SFEP, San Francisco Equity Partners, that then helped us reset, restructure, and hit the gas. That's what's coming up. So hitting the gas, this is where we're in now. It's really exciting. If you look at that revenue graph, you're going to see that there was a normalized revenue year where we reset, where we look inwards and we go structure the company, make sure we have the right team, make sure we have the right systems in place to fuel the growth and build on all these amazing things that we have done over the last few years. Brand awareness and hitting the gas phase. To us, it's all about co-marketing with our partner retailers. Retailers that have supported us, that give us the right assortment, right merchandising activities, we're going to invest in them. We're going to lean in. Obviously, we do digital, we do social. We continue to do in-store demos, but much more strategic now. And we also continue with the gluten-free shows. So this is an event, this is an example of an influencer campaign. Uh-oh. Look to the folks in the back. All right. This is an example of an influencer campaign that we're running to support Costco in a national distribution this holiday season. So as our retailers support us with national distribution, we support them with bringing the consumers and the influencer marketing and stuff like that. So next time you go to Costco, make sure you're picking up your essentials, giant teddy bears and Brazi Bites. So production now, it's getting more complex, and it should. It needs to support the brand. We launched our very first product line extension, empanadas, this year at Expo West. Really excited about that. And we now have 2 co-packers in different parts of the country. The staffing looks a lot more, conventional as you see as a company grows. We have, as founders continue heavily involved, but we brought in support in a CEO, operations, sales, and marketing. And we have finally a board of directors that's diverse and can support the company, and hands-on and support from our equity partners, SFPP. Lessons we're learning, these are more things like how we're watching out now, things that we're being, we know it can bite us, that we're like keeping an eye on. We're being thoughtful about innovation and channel development. So now we have the right team, we're bringing the resources, we have this great brand, and where should we go? Where can we go? Where do we have permission to go? Paying very close attention to that. Finding balance between structure and speed. So this brand achieves success with speed, with focus, with changing very quickly, with being nimble and scrappy, right? And now we're bringing a lot of new bodies. We're creating structure. But there's a balance, right? And what is it? Work in progress. Work in progress. Embrace change. Brasi 3.0 is the third phase. I think for all of us here, it's a common subject. Our industry is changing rapidly. The demands from the consumers, the way our partner retailers structure their own businesses, the way consumers see the freezer section, the way they travel through and shop the freezer, all of that is changing. So inside our company, we have to be open to change. Anybody on our team, right? And lastly, the grind never stops. It really doesn't, but that's the whole fun of it. That's why we're still in the game, and we love the industry. So going back to the journey that I walked you through today, you can see it's been a wild ride full of ups and downs, but it's been a lot of fun. Thank you.
So let's join me on the white space chairs for a couple questions. So, looking back, it seems like there was a clear path to growth that came about. But during the grinding years, did you have a plan in your head that you were trying to adhere to, or were you just trying to make it through?
We had a plan. So we knew the company was going to be a frozen foods company, right? And we identified that the path for growth for us was going to be Whole Foods. And so even in the very early stages, as we were developing year 1, year 2, we felt like the path forward to national distribution during that period of time was Whole Foods. We identified them as the right partner. Because if we got, there was a path forward back then. Today, the dynamics are a little bit different. But we could get one Whole Foods location, and then the region, and then the next region, and the next region. And from there, you would open up national distribution. So we were pretty clear on that strategy. It wasn't a straight line, but that was the vision.
And I do know Whole Foods will be addressing some of that path for some of you guys tomorrow in their discussion as well as in their breakout today. So stay tuned for more on that topic. But it sounds also very, this was a struggle. It was hard. So how did you realize how far you could push yourself? Was there a point where you had to say, look, I got to cut myself some slack. I just can't add this, or I can't do this?
There were so many low points, and all of the entrepreneurs here on stage know this. There are times you're like, are you kidding me? But we were really latching on the good things that were happening. It felt like and a lot of the hardships also, when you were self-manufacturing, running a plant, there's a lot of hardships involved with that. And then you're trying to launch a new brand and kind of figure all those things out. But we were really latching on the good stuff, It almost feels like the universe, every time there was a hardship, there was good news. The phone rang and Wegmans said, I love this, I want to carry this. Wegmans was one of the, first retailers to pick up the product and see us, at a very first Expo West with a super rough booth. And they were like, what is this? Take a bite and I want to have this product. So those types of wins, and putting the product in front of people, what kept us going was really understanding the potential of the product and the idea. We were the only ones seeing all of the great things that were happening. And so we're like, we got to keep going, right? It was kind of we got to find a way through this grind. There is a way. We don't know what the way is, but there is one, and we're just going to keep going.
So now you're pressing on the gas, but you're still very strategic. So I don't want to make it sound like are you saying yes to everything? Or is there still times where you're like, okay, pull back?
Have more decisions. Now we have more brain power, but we still are very conscious about what got us here and what made this brand successful, and we don't want to deviate too far from that, right? Why are people buying our products? Continue, right? We don't want to the delicious taste, the better for you ingredient brand story that we have.
Now you mentioned how hard has it been for you to step back and say, okay, I'm going to let you run with it?
I'm hyper involved in the company, so I haven't taken a step back. So Cameron and my co-founders, I'm the CMO, he's the COO, and we have a CEO that helps us run, the board and all of the CEO do. And so it wasn't overnight. We came fully
tuning in. We hope you
to
enjoy it.
Introduce you to the winners of the NOSH Best of 2019 awards, and after that, a quick interview with one of our winners. So if you visit our website, you'll find out more about why we selected all of these brands. And congrats to all of our winners. But first, to discuss her particular success, our Person of the Year, Collie Powers CEO Gail Becker. Long walk up to the stage.
That was a nice surprise. Thank you.
Well, come take a seat.
Okay.
Let's pick your brain for a little bit.
You're welcome to, if there's anything left, you're welcome to it.
So, Gail, I feel like it's important to start by saying that you did not come from the food industry. You came from PR and communications. How do you think that skill set benefited you and benefited the company?
I think everybody, one of the things that's great about this industry, I have to say, as a newcomer, it was incredibly welcoming. And I think part of the reason why it attracts so many people from outside the industry is because everybody comes to this with something. So for many of you, it's food experience. For others, maybe it's financial experience. For me, I knew a little about marketing. And so all of those clients that I tried to counsel over the years about things to do or not do in building a brand, I just decided to listen to it myself. So, but everybody comes with something, and marketing just happened to be my thing.
And so now, in your role, how do you approach being a leader? What are some of your keys to success?
Well, I would say the biggest key to success is actually sitting in the back row. And that is my CFO, my COO, and my CMO, Stuart, Katie, and Cassie. And if they could just raise their hand, because they, I wouldn't be here if they weren't there. And I think the fact that we've been able to build the best team in the business is actually the main reason why we've been able to be so successful. I have to say one of the perks to the job is that I hear from new entrepreneurs all the time, and I love it. And I get to meet folks. I know we're doing the Pitch Slam tomorrow, and it's really inspiring to me. And it was something I didn't expect, but a part of the job that I love.
Now, I mentioned the Instagram accounts this morning, like Costco does it again. Imagine my surprise when I'm on Instagram and there's a picture of Gail doing a demo in Costco like 2 months ago. Now, I see you speaking at events around the country. You're at sales meetings. You're doing your own demos. How do you...
I have help with the demos, not just me.
It was a guest appearance.
No.
So how do you figure out where to balance your time, where to invest your time?
I have to say, I do love doing the demos and the shows and particularly consumer shows, because that's probably more for me than it is for anyone else. I love to hear the feedback from people. I think it's fair to say that this brand was built on listening to people's needs. And so the more that I interact with the people who buy our product or the people who are experiencing our product for the very first time, the better our business becomes. I would say, it's the day-to-day running of the business. I do spend a fair amount of time in sales, much to the chagrin of my sales team, and in marketing too. But it's a little bit of everything these days.
You're also very passionate about the product. Gail once chased me down the aisle of a trade show with a chicken tender.
I did. That was the first time I've ever done that.
To get me to try her product. So how do you think about the future of the company and where the products can continue to evolve?
I think, when we started in pizza, I really never knew that we could go beyond pizza. But when I saw the success, and I I heard from so many people what was next for us. It was really logical that we were going to be a brand that went beyond cauliflower and went beyond pizza, but was really able to bring meal hacks to life, whatever form that may take, making better for you, healthier, convenient, and most importantly, delicious products. And so I think with the introduction of our brand new chicken tender, it really, and the reaction to it thus far, I think it shows that we have permission to go into a number of areas.
Now, one thing that you've done really well is when you launch these new products, you go really wide and retail really fast. And we've heard about a number of different retail strategies today. Talk us through why that's the path for the brand.
You know, when you and I talked before, we talked about there are some rules to follow and some rules that every company should break. And they're not, and they're different for everyone. So for us, we decided to just take a different path. You know, when I left the corporate world, I made a decision. I never knew that cauliflower would be what it is today, not in a million years. But I did make a decision that I wanted to help people, and I wanted to make an impact, and I wanted to make people's lives better in some tiny, tiny way. And I knew that I wasn't going to do that if I limited where people could find our products or the access that people had to better for you foods. One of the things that's not talked about very often, and I think is sort of rare for a company, a new company, is we give a percentage of sales to build teaching gardens in underserved schools, because we believe really strongly that access to better nutrition is really the core of what we do. And that has to mean access in every sense of the word, including where you can buy it. And so it was never a question for us that we would be limited to a certain channel, that we knew we wanted to be available to as many people as possible.
Well, I think you've certainly impacted a lot of people, whether it be the people who work with you, the rest of the industry, or your consumers. So congratulations again, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, we've made it to lunch. Now, a little housekeeping. So we're going to head to lunch. And then this afternoon at, I'm just going to check the time, 2 p.m., we've got 4 amazing breakouts for you to choose your own adventure with. They will not be in this room. In one room, we'll have one about functional foods, in another, insight into launching into retail, and then we'll also have 2 others afterwards. You can bounce back and forth between the rooms about preparing for investment or communicating and building your board. If you need any help finding the breakout rooms, please see someone at registration or anyone in a staff lanyard, and they'd be glad to help you. After the breakouts, we'll be back in this room, which will be magically transformed for the Sampling Expo from 3:30 to 5 p.m. And then this evening, you each should have a card in front of you about our after party, which is powered by Force Brands. So, but here's the key. Please do not leave anything in this room. As we're transforming it, if you do leave stuff, they're going to move it to the side. It may get lost. So take everything with you to lunch. Bring that to the breakouts. And with that warning in hand, I'm going to ask the award winners to come up on stage to collect their trophies while everyone else heads to lunch. And thank you all, and congrats again to all of our winners.
Hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, hey.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super early registration mode until January, where you can get the best possible price for our summer 2020 and our winter 2020 events.
Mike, there's no bell for you. I'm just giving you the gong. We're going to end this video, get back to the program. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoy it and hope to see you at the next one.
See you there. I deserve that gong.
Hey!
Hey, I'm John and he's Mike, and welcome back to our live stream here. We just wanted to quickly remind you about the schedule of events since we're live streaming a lot of stuff this week. Mike, tell everyone what we're doing.
Wednesday and Thursday, we've got NOSH Live and Brewbound Live happening at the same time, so you might have to have two windows open for that. Friday, we're streaming Cannabis Forum Live for the very first time, and then Monday and Tuesday, we return with BevNet Live.
And if you're seeing this during BevNet Live, well, I guess it's too late, but if you're seeing this during NOSH Live or Brewbound Live or Cannabis Forum, there's still time to make it on over to Santa Monica, hop a flight, or, I don't know, fly across the ocean. You can still get there. But if not, all of these videos will be on YouTube after, so don't worry. You can watch them as many times as you want, nitpick every word of every speaker, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Head to our YouTube channels now, hit subscribe and ding that bell so you're the first ones to know when the videos drop, and head to bevnet.com/events. We're in super...
Hi everyone, welcome to the live stream studio at NOSH Live 2019 in Santa Monica. A bit cloudy today, but sunny here in our live stream studio, I'd say. Thank you to our live stream sponsors, Snack Futures and Factory. And we're joined right now by Nick Desai, founder and CEO of brand Pedos. Welcome to the live stream.
Thank you. Great to see you again.
Great to see you again. Excited to catch up, hear what you've seen at the show, and hear more about what you're looking forward to at the rest of the show. But to start, tell us a bit about what's happening at Pedos.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here at the NOSH conferences. It's been an incredible year of growth for us at Pedos. We just recently launched, as you may know, our new line of the Pedos rings, which we affectionately call the Funyun Killer. But it has been launched at Kroger, and as all of our snacks are available in the produce section, as you know. And it's become one of the top sellers there within about 3 weeks of its launch. So it's off to a great start. We're really excited about it. We launched it in 2 flavors, the onion flavor and then the fiery hot flavor.
That's awesome. So you've gotten some good feedback on those so far. They're very flavorful. They remind me of childhood Funyun action.
Yeah, it's totally. I think on that one we nailed it. Like the texture and taste. I mean, every person we've talked to, every feedback we get is like, this is literally most people are saying this tastes better than Funyuns. Yeah. But I mean, I think we've nailed it in terms of the product texture and the taste profile. And it's all made from peas, right? That's the beauty of it, right? That's what gets people like. They're like, whoa, this is made from peas? Like, they just can't believe it, and that's what's so exciting.
That's right. We're talking about pea-based snacks here, super delicious. And aside from having bold flavors, you also kind of have a bold stance on taking on big consumer goods products, CPG companies. Tell us a little bit about what's going on with Frito-Lay. You took on the almighty Cheeto and ran into a little bit of trouble there, I think.
Yeah, it's not like we woke up one morning and we're like, we got to pick on Frito-Lay. I mean, the truth is, I grew up, loving these snacks. They were all my childhood favorites: Cheetos, Doritos, Funyuns. I mean, I don't think there's a company out there that makes better snacks than Frito-Lay. So I think it's a huge compliment to them. I mean, I just think that, look, these guys have like 65% market share in salty snacking. I mean, it is, you know, a monopoly, essentially. And it's hard for, you know, even bigger guys to compete with them, much less smaller guys. And I think that you know, I think one of the best ways we can, especially, you know, companies like ours that are able to move a little faster and be more nimble, one of the best ways we can look to do something different is through innovation. So we kind of looked at it like saying, hey, you know, all of these snacks are incredible, but they've been around for a long time and they haven't honestly changed that much. And why change them? I mean, they're doing great, right? But at the same time, we were like, if you were to bring junk food into the 21st century, what would you do? And we're like, you know what? It'd be kind of fun to make them from something else instead of corn, and you know, something that's a little bit healthier, right? Has a little bit more plant protein that everyone's looking for, and we were inspired by what we've seen in other parts of the world where junk food style snacks are already being made from different ingredients, and so we just said, hey, why not create a whole platform of snacks based on peas? And that's what really the Pitos brand is all about. It's a platform of snacking that's centered on the notion that we can make a snack that tastes just as good with peas as from corn or potatoes, but thereby drive up the protein value, the fiber value, non-GMO, gluten-free, everything that consumers are looking for, but retaining that incredible, what we call junk food experience. Really, and that's one of the things that's missing, I think, from a lot of the better-for-you snacks out there today, too. That world is like, they often nail it on the nutritional profile and what the snack offers from, you know, it's gluten-free, it's vegan, it's non-GMO, and then the taste factor is just not there.
Mm-hmm. And we've talked about this a bit before, but, you know, talk a little bit about how peas translate into these snacks. What exactly is the flavor profile, and talk a little bit about what it was like developing that.
The way we're approaching it is we want the peas to be transparent. I mean, much like, again, the way corn is transparent in a Cheeto. No one goes in the grocery store, buys a bag of Cheetos because it's made from corn. They're not like, oh, I got to eat more corn today, I'm going to buy Cheetos, right? The corn is a transparent base. It's actually tried to be engineered to be as neutral of a taste as possible, so that then you taste that cheese seasoning. And we have the same approach. To be frank, the closer we can make our peas taste like corn, which, by the way, is analogous to what, you know, Americans look at as neutral taste today, the better off we are. So that's the mindset that we come at it from, is how do we make the peas, you know, like almost disappear. But by using the peas instead of the corn, because 2/3 of the product is this base, it's contributing a lot to the nutritional profile. So we don't want to impact the taste. We actually want to keep the taste the same as you have always loved and enjoyed. But by using the peas and the fact that 2/3 of the base is now peas, we're increasing the protein and fiber content significantly. And that's really the central, you know, thesis here.
It's nice. So you're kind of making it a heartier snack, and it sounds like you believe in it a lot, which is very inspiring. Sounds like your consumers believe in it too. And you've recently secured some new investment, I think, as well. What's that looking like?
Yeah, we have secured some new investments. You know, at this early stage, as you know, investment is like a full-time job, right?
Right.
Every startup CEO out there is like doing two things. They're running the company and they're fundraising nonstop. So I'm sure everyone can relate to that. You know, for us, we've been fortunate because, you know, we have such a big market to go after. We've had such great retail support. I mean, Kroger has just been an amazing partner. Safeway, you know, Meijer, Ahold, 7-Eleven did a test locally in Southern California. We're now on the airlines. We're on Alaska Airlines. You know, we're in a ton of offices. You know, the big, tech companies that offer snacks all have Pitos there. So we've had, I mean, you know, in our first year, we're going to do, you know, several $1 million in revenue. You know, and that's just, it sets us off to a really exciting start. We're really thankful for that. But because of that, you know, fundraising has never been a challenge for us. And in fact, we're doing a new round right now. We're about 60% subscribed already. Yeah, it's been exciting.
Great. Well, we're happy to have you here at the show. What are you excited to hear, or have you heard anything exciting yet?
You know, yeah, it's always fun to watch. I saw the Good Eggs story. That was really interesting. The Brazzi Bites, I was like fascinated with their story, and just the way the entrepreneur was talking about the journey in those first 5 years, and how it was such a taxing that those first 5 years of building up until they got their first big break. And it always reminds you, I mean, those are the moments that we all entrepreneurs always dream about, right? That first big break. It's often it doesn't come as one big thing. It often comes as like kind of a series of steps, right? But it's inspiring to hear other entrepreneurs who've been through that struggle. That's what I come to NOSH for, really, is to continue to get inspired. Because sometimes you're out there fighting the fight, and you need people in your corner to keep egging you on. But I have a very supportive family. We have an amazing team back at Snack It Forward. I'm really fortunate to have the team that we do, and we have our fan base, our consumer base is really what keeps us going, and of course the retailer support that we have. I mean, I think we have all the ingredients to get to the next level.
Well, that's great. Well, we look forward to having you here, seeing what you do next, and following along with the exciting taking on of Frito-Lay. Good luck.
Thank you, Beth. It's always a pleasure to see you.
A pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream with Nick Desai. Next up, we have Megan Murray. She is the Business Development Manager of the Non-GMO Project. Hello, Megan. Welcome to the live stream studio.
Hi, thank you very much.
Of course. Thanks for joining us for a chat here.
Sure.
So we're talking about non-GMO. What are some common questions you hear from brands about what non-GMO means and whether they should have it on their packaging?
Sure, yeah. So in the changing landscape of the food world, the Non-GMO Project verified logo has become more and more important in the marketplace. So the number one question we get is pretty much, how do we get verified? How do we start this process? Most of the products that come to us already kind of know about the non-GMO landscape, or the GMO landscape, I should say. So with the verification process, it's pretty simple to start out. We work with 4 technical administrators. We work with Food Chain ID, NSF, SCS, and Where Food Comes From. We're a nonprofit, so we write the standard of how people get verified, and then our third party does the verification for the Non-GMO Project label. So that's number one, for sure. That's the biggest question. And then how long it takes. It can take between 3 to 6 months, depending on ingredients that are in your product. Yeah.
Are there any common hurdles that come up in that process?
Yeah, depending on if your ingredients are high risk or not. So some of the items that are high risk right now that we're most concerned about would be corn, alfalfa, soybeans, cotton's one, papaya, zucchini and potato are coming up as well. So all of those products, if those are in your ingredient list, those can cause a little bit of not concern, but it can make a little bit longer verification process if you're getting it from a company that may not be non-GMO verified.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are any of those from that list or anything else sort of nearly impossible to get verified?
No, corn and soy are probably the hardest. And it's the ever-changing landscape. And so what we're doing is we're trying to get more to the supply source to get those sources actually verified, and working on, hopefully in the future, a product or a project where a consumer can come to us and say, who can I work with to make sure that my ingredients are non-GMO? So hopefully that'll be coming in the future for sure. Yeah.
When brands are figuring out what to put on their packaging, there's so many options when they're trying to do something that's better for you.
Right.
How should they weigh non-GMO versus gluten-free and all other types of call-outs?
Sure, yeah. They're all super important. I keep saying with the changing landscape, but there's so many new GMOs coming out and emerging in the food chain that we've done Hartman studies. We've worked with them to see what consumers are looking for, and the Non-GMO Project verified label is the most trusted. It just makes for more of a peace of mind for the consumer when they're shopping in the marketplace. So, yeah.
And it seems like for that label specifically, it's always on the front, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And is that a brand choice, or is that just how it works?
That's usually where that's where we like to see it, but it's also where our vendors like to see it as well. So any of our clients going through, that's where they put it as well. And that's working with our marketing department, and they can work with anybody going through the verification process can work with our marketing department to talk about that piece too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are there any other sort of labeling, packaging trends that you're keeping track of right now?
As far as the Non-GMO project or the non-GMO
Just as far
landscape?
as other call-outs that are common, we've got a lot of keto products out there, lots of gluten-free, as we've already discussed today.
Yeah, we see a lot of that. We see a lot of plant-based. is big for us, and we are actually seeing an uptick of those companies coming through and wanting to get verified. And I know that's a trend here. It was a trend at a couple of shows that I've been to so far this year. And I forget his name, but from Good Eggs, when he said it wasn't a trend, it was really here to stay. I believe that too. So the plant-based is huge. As well as CBD is another one that has been coming through. We're not at the point yet where we're ready to verify, but hopefully that'll be coming down the pipeline as well.
Great. Well, what else are you excited to see at the show?
So many things. This is my first time at NOSH Live, and I come from a grocery retail background before I started working for Non-GMO Project, so this part of it is really exciting for me to see all of the new brands coming through, what they look like, kind of the process of how it goes from being just an idea to actually making it onto the shelf is fascinating. So really exciting. And to make connections with some of these new brands and talk about Non-GMO Project. Yeah.
And I'm sure lots of them have questions about that, so it's nice that you'll be around to answer those.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us, Megan.
course.
Really nice to have you and hear more about what you do, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
it's a pleasure.
of course.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so thanks for joining us, everyone. Next up, we have Shibani Baluja, founder and CEO of Little Gourmets. Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us, Shibani.
Thank you.
So excited to talk with you. So we're talking about your line of baby food, which I'm
Yes.
going to let you talk about because you know the proper language to use.
Sure,
So
yes.
tell us a little bit about Little Gourmets.
Yeah, so Little Gourmets is really unique in the kids' food industry. We're really focused on getting kids to eat more vegetables, eat really flavorful foods, and our product is also refrigerated. So Little Gourmets really came about with my experiences of becoming a mom and seeing what was in the market and not feeling great about the choices that were there. I found them to be very heavy in fruit, which made them high in sugar. I also had really cooked most of my kids' meals, and I saw firsthand what that early introduction of fresh, flavorful food had on their palates. They just ate a lot of vegetables and they ate a lot of food with a lot of flavor. And so I started looking at the market. I was previously in mergers and acquisitions, and I always studied different industries. And so I started taking a hard look at the baby food industry, and I saw that while it was big, it really wasn't serving the needs of parents today. So 50 to 70% of parents had left baby food, and it wasn't because they wanted to, it was because they weren't satisfied with the choices. So decided to launch Little Gourmets.
Yeah, and I'm sure lots of parents were excited to have that option to grab at the shelf versus having to make their own baby food to, make something with better ingredients. What was that initial launch phase like for you guys of spreading your message?
Yeah, so I'd say we're still in it.
Yeah.
So it was a couple years of development and really talking to thousands of parents during that time. And so we really found that the message of fresh, flavorful vegetables was really resonating with them. And so we had the product right, but as we started to really get onto shelves, we started to see we really didn't have the package right, and our package wasn't quite, it didn't show the value proposition of the product. And so we took a step back and said we don't think that the package we have today is really going to lead us to success in broad distribution. And so we redesigned the package, and I've got it over here. And so we redesigned it to really show, one, to stick out on shelf, because we're generally shelved in dairy sets, and everything is kind of white, and there's not a lot of technically baby food, but so we wanted parents to be able to see it, and then we also really wanted to highlight the flavor. So we wanted the very much colorful, flavor-first strategy that really spoke to the benefits of those products and of those properties, the vegetables and the flavors.
Sure. How did you figure out keeping your price point at least somewhat in line with the rest of the shelf?
Yeah, that I would say that we've followed kind of what you see in pet food. So where what's in the cooler is about twice the price of what's outside of the cooler, and it's really the cost of the higher ingredients. The cold chain itself is such an expensive, doing the refrigerated distribution. So we really wanted to make sure that we stayed at a price point that parents still felt good about, but it is a premium because it is a premium product. So I think we're still kind of playing around with a lot of these decisions. I don't think that we know if we've got everything set. So we're always, constantly talking to parents, learning, trying different things, and just evolving our product and our strategy and our messaging.
And how many flavors do you have now?
So today we have 4, but we've got another 5 in development. We'll be launching a couple more early next year, and then a couple more later in the year. And so we're really trying to get a wide variety of flavors to parents. And so it's really interesting. So we tested our concept of really globally inspired flavors. So today we've got an Asian, a South Indian blend, a Moroccan blend. We've got our beet skew, which is more of a U.S., and then our mash is a coconut cauliflower mash is more of a Australian skew. So we loved this idea of introducing different cultures to kids with food. And so we tested the concept. It scored off the charts with our demographic. And so now we're bringing that, we're going even bolder. So I think we're going to, with different ingredients, a whole diversity of ingredients that are not in our products today, but then also different flavor profiles. So South America, Cuban, Europe. And so we're really just trying to look at the map when we do our innovation. We took a look at the map and said, okay, where are we today? Where do we want to be? And how do we get there? And so when we do our innovation, we're not innovating for baby food. We actually don't refer to our products as baby food. We're veggie meals. Like, we are just trying to bring flavorful, delicious vegetables to little kids, big kids, any age, adults. It's all just about bringing convenience and a healthy snack.
Yeah. Was it difficult to sort of strike that balance, though, of finding really flavorful and interesting options, but then not being able to get direct feedback from kids, I'm guessing?
It's really interesting. We've both got little kids, so they are always the first. I have a now 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. My business partner has a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. So they've been the guinea pigs in this. The original flavors were very much based upon foods that I cooked for my son. But I will say that when we test the products, if we are in front of we do a lot of demos. So if we're in front of a 6-month-old to a 12-month-old, 99% of the time they are opening up for seconds. The research shows there is such a high correlation between our first foods and our future eating habits that we know that if we can get them early, they will love these flavors, and then it'll influence what they eat later on. Now, you get a 2-year-old in front of us, and for us, it's 50-50. It is all dependent on what they've eaten up to that time. And so it's interesting because my business partner, she joined Little Gourmets about a year ago, and a little over a year ago, and her older daughter didn't eat food like this. And so she sees the difference in her 2 kids, in that her son is such an adventurous eater, but her daughter is a little bit more hesitant about it.
Yeah, that must be pretty fun to experiment.
It is. And then we see it, of course, in store demos and events. We do a lot of kid-focused events, and so we're always trying different products and getting out samples and just really getting feedback, both from parents and from kids. And we end up selling actually to a lot of adults without kids at these events too. So.
Didn't know if that was just in the BevNet office or if that stretched to the outside world.
It
it's definitely a trend there.
Yeah.
So you launched at the end of last year, and since then you've redesigned the packaging. Tell us a little bit. I know we have it over there. Tell us about how you think this stands out more in the set.
Yeah. Do you want me to? Can I grab it?
Yeah, if you want to,
okay,
sure.
Let me grab that. So if you think about where we are, we really think that in the dairy set is the right place for us to be. I mean, these are refrigerated, and everything in the kids snacking area that's in the refrigerator, like Stonyfield and Chobani and all their products, are very, very much white, but they're also mostly yogurt. And so we really wanted this to stand out, to say this is plant-based, it's not yogurt, it's really vegetables. And so we thought going with color in an area that is mostly white, and also showing the jewel tones of the food, and it really matches, the packaging kind of matches the color of the food, would really help it stick out. And then, like I was saying before, the whole flavor first strategy. I mean, that's really what we're trying to attract the consumer with, is this is different than your traditional baby food. This is actually like a real healthy snack, or can be a snack for an older one, a meal for a young one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about parents who are thinking, my child's really picky. I'm not sure that my child's going to eat coconut. You know, how do you sort of get them to understand what you're trying to do, and also to see that sometimes kids are a little bit more open than we think?
Yeah. So the research also shows that it can take a good amount of trial for kids to learn to love different flavors. So we do like to say to stick with it, but I think where we see, I think that kind of shapes our strategy. So if we stick with a truly online strategy, which is what we mostly are today, then that trial gets more difficult as the kids are aging up, because there is a bigger chance that they're not going to be used to these type of flavors, and no parent wants to buy food that then just gets thrown away. So for us, we like the retail distribution. We're trying to get more and more into grocery stores so that you can try one or two at a time. It's one of the best pieces of feedback, though, I do often get is from parents when they say, I actually enjoy when my kid doesn't finish it because then I can eat it myself. So hopefully it doesn't go to waste, but I think what we're trying to do is really, again, with different flavor profiles, find the couple that your child might like. And so babies, I think, will like the whole line. As they get older, it's really going to be based on more of what they are used to, and then trying to get them used to things like this. And my partner's 4-year-old has come around, and she loves the beets. She eats it all the time.
Nice, and not just because it's a pretty pink package.
Exactly.
Maybe that too.
Yeah, maybe that too.
What stores can we find these in so far?
So right now, again, we're mostly online, and then we're in Chicago. So
Okay.
our home market, we're in a number of mom and pops, but we're really hopeful that in 2020 you'll be able to find us in a lot more stores.
Great, super exciting. Anything else you have going on with the brand we should know about?
I think just the real feeling like we've got now the right offering to really be running. So early next year we'll have 6 flavors, which has been the feedback from almost every retailer we've met with is they want 6 flavors. And so now we've got the packaging that we think is really going to stick out on shelf. The stores that we're in today, the velocities, we are so happy with. Like we are turning much faster, especially with when we launched this package, basically up doubled over. So we really feel like and so we're just waiting retailers to give us a.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you make it at NOSH Live.
Thank you.
Thank you for on the Livestream studio.
Thank you. So nice to meet you.
We're here at NOSH Live Winter 2019 in our Livestream studio, and next we have Jeremy Halpern joining us. Hi, Jeremy.
Hi, how are
He's
you?
partner and co-chair of the food and beverage group at law firm Nutter, McClellan and Fish. How's the show going so far?
It's
good. Quote from you from 2019.
I do.
Remember? Interesting. You said the only student one you don't ask. Merging brands in the mix, they understand on interacting with investors for the first time and how those relationships work. What can you give as advice for those guys starting out?
Sure. One of the most important things is for people to start the process way before they actually need building a network, but of banks, a lot of the branding agencies, the influencer agencies, people in this world, and so start that networking process. Like, oh, I need days, right? It's in advance. That's building relationships, and then starting that process much earlier than you actually need to in the round. So that's probably one thing.
You think of it
all the time. There's right? Always in money raising, you're always in strategic, and it's so much to do. I have respect for the entrepreneur, to do, and it's easy off fundraising because development and sales and marketing and all of these things that are so you push it off and you push it off and you push it off. It's panic mode, and that often is when you raise the money, or maybe on the terms or with the partners you don't want. It always be so that you have a really good set of really good story to tell people that you've already connected with.
And when they're approaching relationships, and how much should they prioritize personal dynamics?
I think the answer, because the personal dynamics are everything for early stage investing. They're mostly investing in the founder and the founder's energy, smarts, vision. That's the driver. You think that you can show up with like at the early through later stage company, $50 million run rate company, business. They may be able to put new, may want to come in, they may want to change their role or their dynamic. But at the early stage, the team is everything. So always treat people with respect, always be forthright with people. That's 8-10 times the money they're giving you. So it's a big responsibility.
Yeah, lots to figure out when you're starting out. And what types of trends are you hearing people talk about in the industry that you're excited by?
A lot of them are now consistent over the last 4 or 5 years, but it's still around taste, innovation, clean labeling. I think today in the world of digital and mobile, the ability to communicate with the customer in a really effective way, and maybe that's a really slick way they roll out Instagram or Facebook or whatever, however they're communicating with the customer. But small brands in the old days had no way to talk to their customer other than demoing store by store, which was a terrible experience to have to do. Now they have that ability to communicate. So I think that's a really wonderful thing, because you can talk about your brand promise, you can talk about the vision, what distinguishes you, how it's different, and be a lifestyle brand, be an aspirational brand. They're connecting to a consumer where the consumer says, I'm this kind, I'm a drink simple person. I'm a cauliflower foods person. That's how I think of myself. And that's a really powerful way to embed themselves with a customer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these better for you brands really need to hone in on ingredients, and it can be hard to figure out what to put on the package. How are you talking to brands about FDA compliance and making sure that they're expressing their claims in the right way?
Mm-hmm. We always advise people, transparency is key. So sometimes people are thinking about like, gee, my product has too much of X, or I'm a little nervous about that. And the best way to deal with that is usually pretty head on, and to have a story about why this consumer should buy this product. And there are full indulgent products that say, we have lots of sugar and lots of fat, and it's delicious and it's worth every calorie. There are others who are really struggling with how they communicate that, and there were big changes when the sugar alcohols came in. There are changes recently around added sugar in particular, packaging size formats, of being clear. If you've got 7 servings in a small package, like don't try and fake out the customer. That's kind of old school business practices. Tell them what's in the package and let them make that choice. And I think if you're forthright with them, then you avoid all the litigation stuff, but you also create a more loyal brand customer who says, nope, you've delivered on exactly the thing, that I wanted when I picked up this package.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Just focus on being clear, concise, and truthful. It's a good message to take away, I think.
And it's also about authenticity, right? What does your brand stand for? And it's hard to say we're a better for you, care about the supply chain, care about the quality of the ingredients, but don't look at what the right hand is doing. That's not a real good way to go to market. And you never want to be in a position where you're going to get called out by a consumer or the media for being anything less than totally transparent.
Right. Well, what else are you looking forward to seeing at the show?
As always for me, the show, the most important thing actually is the community, and seeing clients, seeing friends, seeing prospects, but also just listening to the conversations and learning from people. It's probably heresy to say to you guys, but I learn as much outside the room as I learn inside the room. And I think that's what makes it such a powerful place to be, as opposed to, I love the content and being able to go back and reference it online, but there's no substitute for sitting at, just now at lunch and listening to the conversation around me. It was so interesting. Mm-hmm. So I just think it's such an amazing learning environment. I'm always hungry for for more. I'm always sad when we are winding down at the end of the show.
I know, we really pack a lot into a couple days.
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us. It's great to see you, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, and thank you for the whole team. We really
course.
appreciate it. Okay.
And next at our live stream studio, we have Erin Cabri. She's the editorial assistant for BevNet and NOSH. Hi, Erin. Welcome to the live stream studio.
Beth, hello. How are you?
Glorious to see you.
It's glorious to see you too. Thank you for the intro.
So, lots of information so far today. Any highlights for you?
I just loved that last Q&A with Gail. She's like such a celeb in the industry, I feel like, and every time she talks, it's like just the most interesting. She has a lot of insight, especially coming from outside the industry. Really interesting to hear about.
And she has an awesome green leather jacket.
She
I don't know if she did that to match our logo, but
yeah, we appreciate the color matching there.
yeah, definitely a force to be reckoned with in the industry, I'd say. You know, while there are other cauliflower products out there, it is it's cool to see one brand doing really well in it. And what other trends are you excited by in the industry right now?
Gosh, I don't know. Everything, it's pretty crazy right now. There's so much going on. I remember last time I was here, I was talking a lot about ice cream. I don't even know. I think there's just so much happening right now. Everything's plant-based, everything, it's just a lot. And it's exciting to see what the next thing is going to be.
Yeah. Have you tried all of the plant-based burgers?
I haven't tried all of them, but they've been cycling through the office, so I'm sure I'll get my chance to.
Yeah, definitely. What else are you excited to see for the rest of the day and tomorrow?
I'm excited for the breakout sessions. I know you and Carol will be hosting those. I'm excited to sit in on those and hear kind of a more intimate talk, so that should be fun.
Yeah, it's nice to hone in on one specific topic. I feel like in these interviews we get a lot packed in, which is great, but sometimes I'd love to delve more into 1,000 more questions, but
yeah, exactly.
Just can't. So lots of exciting stuff ahead, I think. Yeah, anything else I should know going on in the BevNet world?
I don't know. I think we'll have to wait till next week to see what's going on in the BevNet world. I'm in NOSH mode right now.
I like when you're in NOSH mode. Then we get to talk about ice cream a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
That's always fun.
All right, shall we switch places?
We shall.
We'll take over for a couple more. All right, and first up for my interviews, we have Leland Copenhagen. He's the co-founder and CEO of Yais Thai.
Hi, Erin.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
How's NOSH going so far for you?
Really great.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it was just announced that you're part of Forbes 30 Under 30.
Yeah, that was
a little bit about that. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty. It's unreal, honestly. It's just a great honor to be part of that group of people, just doing really amazing things, and just excited that we got the recognition. Honestly, largely due to my team, which is a small team, but we've just been kind of grinding along, and it's nice to get some recognition.
So you've had a pretty big year, a lot of new products, obviously this award. So can you just walk us a little bit through how the year's gone for you guys?
Yeah, it's been a really exciting year. The biggest thing is probably our launch of meal bowls. So it is a freeze-dried vegetable with a packet of our current existing sauces. Basically put in the microwave. It's a quick in-between meal solution or for lunch. We launched that nationally with Whole Foods in September, and the launch has been received really well. And so it's exciting to. Our long-term vision for the company is to build kind of a platform we can launch authentic Thai products into, and being our first venture out of sauces, it's just exciting to see that some really good feedback.
And so you mentioned that's your first launch outside of sauces. So how did you kind of settle on this to be your first launch beyond that?
So it was something we wanted to be able to tie back to the sauces and really have like a nice thread for the products that we are offering. So it uses our current red curry, yellow curry, almond sauce, and pad thai sauce, and all of those we actually bottle and sell separately in glass. And so it was just a nice way to kind of tie the brand together and give us something else that we could offer outside of those sauces.
And so far, how are you seeing consumers reacting to this new product?
It's been really good. So we were exclusive with Whole Foods. It just ended actually earlier this week. So no further distribution outside of that yet, although we have some slated for the rest of this year and early in 2020. But yeah, the reception has been good. It's selling as well as our current line, and Actually, our Pad Thai bowl is now the top-selling SKU at Whole Foods for us.
And taking a wider look at kind of launching into a new space, how do you kind of know it's the right move, or when you're launching a new product that's kind of outside of your comfort zone? Maybe there's not a
You don't
yeah,
is the
but
answer. Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of research and time spent at the store looking at what was on the shelf, looking at packaging, looking at the different form factors that are in that set, and then really kind of listening to our consumer through our social channels largely, and then coming up with the idea that this was kind of how we wanted to present that that product that was going to solve the problem we were going for, which is basically a quick, easy meal solution that you can bring anywhere and is convenient to make.
And talking about like social media and things, what is the marketing behind a new product like that? How are you kind of raising consumer awareness, letting people know what this is?
So we have been really fortunate in that Whole30 has been behind us kind of since our inception, and that crowd is just really vocal and really passionate about good food and good ingredients. So we've garnered a lot of sort of power behind that group, and they talk about it a lot and share it, and so that has been like kind of the driver for our social channels. And we're creating content, we're getting our brand messaging out there through that. Everything that we've done so far through our social channels have been completely organic. It's something that we feel is I think the best approach for that channel, because there's so much noise there that I think the authentic stuff is the thing that really shines through and gets to our consumer and actually makes a difference in the end, buying at this shelf. Yeah.
And you mentioned Whole30. How do you, like, you guys are aligning yourselves with Whole30? How do you kind of know that that's something that has staying power versus like is more of a trend? I think we've seen that it definitely has staying power. So how do you kind of know that going in?
So we never built the brand around that specifically. It was something that actually just happened because of the way that we went about our ingredient philosophy and our product philosophy, and it happened to build right into the Whole30 and that crowd. And so we've used that as a jumping off point, but we don't position ourselves as strictly a Whole30 brand. I mean, the paleo community, gluten-free, all those different sort of initial consumers, that brand champion group, they have helped us launch, but it's not really the core of our branding itself. So whether it does have staying power or not, which I think it does, it doesn't necessarily affect our long-term strategy.
Sure. So looking ahead, it's the end of the year, looking ahead to 2020, what's on the slate for you guys? What are you guys looking forward to doing next, maybe innovation-wise or otherwise?
Absolutely. So we are focused on building out our distribution for these bowls. We have a launch coming up with Thrive Market at the end of this year, and a few other retailers slated for early 2020. We are moving into a conventional channel with smaller form factor, basically trying to get a little more competitive with our SRP. And then we do have some ongoing innovation with Whole Foods slated for 2020 as well. Can't speak too much to that at this point, but it'll be hitting shelves sometime in mid-2020.
Do you think your guys are I know you can't speak on it, but are you guys kind of looking to keep going with like the food bowls and things like that? Is that something you want to expand upon? And kind of deeper in that category?
It'll continue to be innovative for us and a different product than we've done before. Still within that meal solution category, but definitely staying true to our authentic roots.
And lastly, we've had half a day at NOSH, but so far, what have you learned? What's your favorite takeaway or maybe your favorite interview?
That's a tough one to pick from. They've all been really good.
Yeah, we had a good slate to start.
Yeah, I mean, Gail with Cauliflower Foods, I've met her a few times at some different shows, and I really just respect what she's done, and I think she has a lot of wisdom to offer, especially coming from a background that's, in marketing and not necessarily in food. I think she's got a lot of good insights there and fresh perspective, so I like that one a lot.
Nice. And anything you're looking forward to for the rest of the day?
Honestly, just connecting with everyone and meeting new people and hearing what I can that helps our company and help us move forward.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Leland, thank you so much for stopping by the live stream.
Thank you for having me.
And enjoy the rest of the show today and tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
All right, next up on the live stream, we have Jason Burke. He's the founder and CEO of the New Primal. Hello, Jason. Thank you for stopping by the live stream.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm very good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. How's Nosh Life been treating you so far?
So far, so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first of all, congratulations on the award for Rising Star.
Thank you. Have you seen it?
Oh, I have not. Are we doing an
Oh
unboxing
yeah, we should do
live
an
on the
unboxing.
stream?
We should do an unboxing live.
All right.
I don't think I've ever won any awards, so
Well, congratulations. Glad to be the first. I mean, oh, look at that.
So it's really nice.
I know. Look
I
at
was.
that.
It's very Grammy-esque.
Honestly,
So
oh my gosh, look at that thing.
I mean, it's really nice.
Well, congratulations.
Here,
I mean, well,
there's
gotta
fingerprints
gotta
already.
polish it off, make sure it's got that nice gleam, that fresh award gleam. So let's just talk a little bit about your year. You guys have had a pretty busy year. I know you have a lot of new launches, so just walk us through a little bit the highlights of the year for you.
So there's so many, but if I backtrack just a little bit, 2 years ago our brand extended outside of our core, which was meat snacks, into condiments, and we launched with a line of marinades that made a lot of sense. So this year has been a big year of expanding points of distribution with our line of condiments, and so I mean, we're up 20,000 points of distribution with our condiments line, and we launched a bunch of new innovation with Whole Foods, and so Whole Foods has become our innovation partner in many ways, and so the way we innovate is we collaboratively work with their team, discuss what the gaps are in the categories, where the opportunities might be, and then we go to work. So a couple of things are, earlier this year with them, we launched a line of culinary-inspired but better-for-you salad dressings, but with really unique flavor profiles, things like sriracha tahini or almond butter turmeric and carrot ginger, and so really unique flavor profiles to that category. We also launched our line of kids snacks in their meat snack set, which is called Snack Mates, which are little mini meat sticks. So it's the first of its kind in protein snacks for kids. And then we've been sourcing coconut aminos for almost 8 years for use in other products like our beef jerky and our marinades. And so we decided that we felt like we had a better sourcing story to tell, and we know what the best looks like in that category, so we launched our own line of coconut aminos to extend, sort of additionally into the condiments world. So lots of new points of distribution. We have, growing line of condiments, lots of innovation in the pipeline, and so the year has been just incredible growth across the board.
Well, that's why you earned your Rising Star award, clearly. I was talking to Leland a little bit about this, but when you're launching into a new category, a new space, like what's your strategy for that? How do you know what the move is to make?
I'm a really bad person to ask this question because it was sort of accidental for us.
Oh, really?
And we were, I promise, we were trying to scale our beef jerky manufacturing, and we were trying to account for some variances between a couple of different co-packing facilities. And we were making our marinade, our recipe for our jerky, off-site, and we were sending it in to sort of account for some of the inconsistency we were seeing in the product. It just turns out that when we tried that by itself as a standalone marinade or cooking sauce, kind of all-purpose utility, it worked really well. And so we just shared it with a couple of people that we knew, a few category managers that we had relationships with. The Whole Foods team decided it was really great and wanted to give it a shot. It surpassed all of our expectations, and they sort of came back to us and said, what else is in your innovation pipeline for condiments? So it's certainly a huge challenge to manage across multiple categories. We've always viewed ourselves as a lifestyle brand, although I don't love that term. We've always viewed ourselves sort of as more than meat snacks. So it was not intentional that we went into these new categories, but so it's been, I think, the best surprise of our business. But strategically, we're still trying to figure out how to properly manage and the why and the how and all of those kinds of things. We just find that the two definitely feed themselves.
So when you're launching new products, I know you launched coconut aminos, which maybe isn't like the most well-known condiment. How do you kind of raise consumer awareness about what this is and why they want it?
Sure. So that's a great question. I mean, look, I think that the most obvious way to do that is you sample that product in stores and you tell that story. I think that merchandising placement is a big part of that as well. And so once upon a time, coconut aminos in many stores would live in sort of the cooking sauce aisle, which I think creates sort of a lower awareness. Now it sits right next to soy sauce. And so I think if it's very clear on the branding or on the packaging and within the branding that this is a soy sauce alternative. And so I think, where it's placed on the shelf, I think what you say on the package, I think the messaging that you put out digitally, and then I think you have to sort of tell that story face-to-face with consumers. But that's not... Fortunately, coconut aminos on a mass scale does not have the recognition that you just mentioned. Within the natural channel, which is where we sort of always start, there's a pretty decent awareness within that channel. I just think if you merchandise it properly, the folks that are buying soy sauce or tamari, they'll see that there's an alternative and hopefully give that a try.
So going off of that, how have consumers kind of embraced your products as you expanded beyond meat snacks? How have you kind of introduced them to people and how have they responded?
It's been such a pleasant surprise. I would have never in my wildest dreams thought that we would have had a best-selling wing sauce or a best-selling barbecue sauce or a top salad dressing. I would have never in my wildest dreams imagined that when we launched grass-fed beef jerky 8 years ago. So it's been a pleasant surprise. We thought in the beginning that extending into condiments would just be a good complement, and that it would sort of, it would complement the brand, and there would be some consumers that would adopt it. We're actually seeing it we're seeing it in reverse now. So we're seeing consumers adopt the brand on the condiment side, and then sort of, learn about the brand on the meat snacks. So where we weren't getting the awareness on the meat snacks in a very limited category, we're getting all of that awareness on the condiment. So it represents more than half of our business, and we started as, I think, a few core, so placement in the merchandising and then expanding. We worked with a few core where we seed product. We invite them into the innovation process. We ask them for feedback on products before we put them into the market. We don't pay for posts and things like that, but we do ask people to try and give us honest feedback, and if they like it, talk about it. And so we get a lot of just organic reach from that. And again, I think you just mix that with in-store awareness, and it's sort of a really nice 1-2 punch.
So I know you've had a very busy year, but looking ahead to 2020, what can we expect in terms of innovation or any kind of plans that you guys have for the coming year?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to give you a little bit of a preview there.
Okay.
So we have there will be at least 9 new products that will launch at Whole Foods nationally. In 2020. The first of which I'll go ahead and just sort of let the cat out of the bag now because the POs are in. But the first of which we are launching a no sugar added ketchup in January. And so we'll extend on the condiments from our barbecue sauce and our wing sauce and some of those, I would say, subcategories within condiments into more of the core, the more core staple category within condiments. So we're going to launch the ketchup in January.
Nice, and then 8 more things throughout the year?
And then 8 more things throughout the year.
Oh my gosh, well, you're going to have a busy year.
At least 8 more things.
Oh, at least?
Yeah,
so
at
there
least.
could be more. Okay.
8 are confirmed. We'll see what the rest look like.
Oh, well, I'm excited. I mean, we got to make sure to send the samples to the office
For sure.
I'm sure we'll all want to try them.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for joining me on the live stream, and
Sure.
Congratulations again on the award. Make sure you find a nice place for it in your home.
For sure.
And thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. All right. Next on the live stream, we have Alex Duong. He's the founder and CEO of Ancient Provisions.
Jason's favorite snack?
Just 1 second. No, it's fine. You gotta do what you gotta do with that award. Thank you so much for joining me. Hello. How has NOSH Live been so far for you?
It's been good.
Nice. All right. So can you just start off to tell us a little bit about yourself and your kind of background in the food industry?
Yeah. My name's Alex Duong. Started my career at Whole Foods about 7 years ago, mainly working in beer, wine, cheese, and all the unhealthy fun stuff. And then shortly thereafter joined Thrive Market, so I was in part of the founding team at Thrive, mainly working in procurement and supply chain. And then over the last few years, I've been working on brands and working in retail. So built the Goods Mart with Rachel, and now building this brand, really targeting the natural consumer, going after a gap that we see in gluten-free. Gluten-free in the last 5 years has really grown from being first a trend to a diet, and now I would say it's a full-blown lifestyle. And the real gap we see is that gluten-free is either very premium, almond flour, coconut flour, even pistachio flour, or accidental. Accidental we see as potato, corn, and rice. And we were really looking for an alternative to those that still gave people that flavor and the attributes they wanted. And so shortly after I left Thrive, really spent a lot of time baking and found banana flour. So banana flour has a texture that's very similar to gluten when baked, but still tastes incredibly tasty while being gluten-free and matching all these other attributes that we look for.
So how did your experience as a buyer kind of help you develop this line?
So my experience as a buyer, as I said earlier, kind of really broke down like the trends that we saw. Paleo, obviously, vegan, plant-based, clean ingredient panels. All were really highlighted in my time at Thrive and have only become like the standard and status quo now, as well as really starting to understand how gluten-free as a category has evolved. At first I think there was gluten-free, and then now there's grain-free, which is, I would say, even one step higher than gluten-free. And how do we kind of mix these together to provide a price point and value, flavor, texture, and brand that customers are looking for?
And just to back up a little bit, can you talk a little bit about the development of the product and kind of more deeper into how you kind of came across banana flour and everything like that?
So, as I said, right after I left Thrive, I was baking a lot in my house. And what I really learned is that I wanted feedback. And so I was making everything from cookies to brownies to bread. And I quickly learned that these really heavy, hearty things, in theory, or that are sweet things, people didn't want to eat every day. And that led to me this key insight of people are willing to try small amounts of salty things because people like salty snacks on the daily, but most people don't want to try really sweet things every day, like decadent brownies or decadent cookies are not something you want to have every single day. And that led to the insight of salty snacks is definitely where I want to go. What category in salty snacks is interesting and kind of still has its white space. And chips I thought were too full. Why not crackers? And we looked at crackers more, and quickly we realized, there are some very successful cracker brands in the space, but no one's really done a Cheez-It really, really well. So we decided to go after Cheez-Its.
Sure. And how did you kind of come up with the name of Ancient Provisions?
Ancient Provisions is based on the idea that we wanted to use ingredients that stood the test of time. And, bananas are the #1 produce item in the world, and, arguably the reason why we have food supply chains today. So building that narrative, we realized, let's build things off of ingredients that stood the test of time as a platform. So Ancient Provisions is the name of that platform. There are millennials, probably between 25 and 35, who are used to eating comfort foods from their childhood, maybe eat Cheez-Its or Goldfish as a child, and feel guilty eating them today, and want to kind of experience that same texture and flavor with less guilt as an adult.
And where will we see this product launch and when?
This product will launch in food service, so in corporate offices primarily. So if you work in a tech office anywhere in America, provided space in San Francisco, and looking at a few others as well.
So since you have a background in retail, why choose food service to launch into?
So as I said earlier, one of the things that I really want to prove out is driving trial and that people are willing to eat banana flour as an alternative, because there really are no products that are made of banana flour that are in snacking right now. So the easiest way to drive trial, we felt, was in a captive audience in food service, while doing it in a format that people are used to.
Or boxes or what?
We are. It's a 1.25 ounce, delivered in a small to the customer.
Did you choose that size to start?
It's a standard size for crackers. You know, like the established conventional and organic players do the same size, and we felt that it's enough that people felt satisfied, but not full. Them, mill them, dry them into a flour. What that means is there's no waste. They actually get 100% yield from their bananas, unlike the traditional banana supply chain where bananas are sorted and if they're too big, too small, or misshapen. They're oftentimes tossed. Estimates today say that about 20 to 30% of bananas grown worldwide never make it into our supply chain.
Oh, wow. So kind of just as a wider look, what do you think about the sustainability practices of the industry right now? And because I know that we're always hearing about people changing their packaging to be more sustainable and things like that. Where do you think it's going?
I think long term, we're really looking at reducing packaging as much as possible. Really thinking more thoughtfully about what materials we use in our products and how much we ship our products. Because I think logistics is a big part of supply chain that we don't discuss. No one really knows how many miles their food has traveled. But I think increasingly, basically the only reason why we would even know a little bit about that from a brand side is it gets incurred in cost. But I think to the consumer, we're going to start wondering, like, okay, how far did this food go around the world before it ended up here on my plate?
Right. And what are kind of how difficult is it to improve your sustainability practices as a brand, do you think?
I think improving sustainability is, it's a difficult challenge for a lot of companies because it's something that you have to be very, very thoughtful about and, make that call, right? Like, do you use post-consumer or virgin material to make your package, to make your box? Do you ship in a way that's logistically optimized? Do you move product in a way that's optimized? And it's a never-ending race. I like to think about it as your job is to be not more right, but less wrong, and kind of working towards that goal.
So looking at, we've only been here for half a day, but what is something that you've taken away from NOSH Live so far, or maybe one of your favorite talks, or?
I think I really like the conversations we've been having about like purpose and focus and listening to customers. Because I think we harp all the time about feedback, but I think really understanding that feedback is important, but it's not the Bible, right? It's not 100% true all the time. You have to really learn how to filter through the feedback, because if you only depend on feedback, as we saw with the McDonald's study today, that could end up very poorly.
Right. So how do you kind of know when to go with your gut and when to listen to other people? It's probably a tough thing. There's no one way, but
I think that's an art. It's an art in itself. I think the big piece with feedback is if you do choose to go with your gut in a way such that you're not really putting too much investment into the pool.
Right. So what are you looking forward to for the rest of NOSH Live? What are you looking to get out of it, or a talk that you're looking forward to?
I think just really understanding, what other brands are doing, I mean, every brand has its own story, so continuing to hear story from fellow entrepreneurs.
Mhm.
No one's got like it's not like A to B to C to D. Sometimes it's A to B, and then from B you go to D, and then you come back to C. Just really understanding and hearing the stories to kind of stay motivated. I use this as a way to recharge and understand, like, look, this space is really hard. All of us, regardless of how successful we are, along the way, hit hiccups. And, being transparent and I call it entrepreneur therapy almost, where it's talking to other entrepreneurs and realizing, like, look, we're all facing something that's really hard, and it's okay.
So what is one of the lessons that you've learned from maybe an entrepreneur that you've connected with at NOSH or just in general?
I think the most interesting thing that I've been told in the last month has been this concept of, like, earn the right to optimize. And so it's less about, like, optimizing, which is what I do in supply chain traditionally, and more about just doing to the point where you have something big enough to optimize, right? Because it doesn't make sense to optimize a $100 business if during that time you're optimizing, you could have gained another $1,000 of business.
Right. Well, thank you so much for sharing all the information about Ancient Provisions. We're really excited to hear more from it in 2020. So thank you so much for joining me.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And next up on the live stream, we have Arnolfo Ventura. He is the CEO of Beanfields and a winner of the Rising Star Award, which he has. Oh, he has two. Which he's had a big year. So kind of, since it's the end of the year, looking back, what has been the biggest thing that's happened to you guys this year? Kind of walk us through the year.
That's a mouthful. The year's been awesome. So when we saw like cheddar sour cream as an opportunity to give consumers something that was familiar, but yet different and differentiated. Confidence about what we're going to do. Actually, the product that we're talking about here, cheddar sour cream, it's one of those that almost didn't leave the boardroom because it wasn't totally clear whether we should do it or whether it
launch.
Yeah, that's tough. I think if I had to think about whether to go with my gut or not, I think I'm going to try to err on the side of being conservative and not. 'Cause I think I've read different leaders tend to follow their gut and and dairy, I think of like zero compromise. So say I've been around those flavors. We handle the zest, etc. And spicy queso is probably my favorite of the new products that I think.
Consumers are kind of looking for the bolder flavors, the ones that are kind of experienced.
And especially in the salty snack segment, it's a spice like Reign Supreme and bold flavors. People want We've been definitely tinkering away in the lab, and we have some exciting new products that you'll hear from us very soon on those. And at the same time, be completely on continue to represent what Beanfields is all. So I think that's always going to be there, and being clean, being top 8 allergen free, all of our SKUs will continue to be vegan, and so those are. And when we think about approaching kind of guardrails, so to speak, around innovation, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah. Trialing more brands there on that platform than brick and mortar. We'll make some smart bets in some areas there so that we can kind of get into. Then singing to like my past experience and listening to, I think it's Bentley from Good Eggs and what he's doing on the digital and e-com front in the San Francisco Bay Area, all super relevant for our space and where we're at right now. Really inspiring, and her story. A fantastic product, differentiated, and just needed
the main stage. Thank you.
Sorry if I was like talking so fast. I was like.
Hey, John and Mike here again, and we're just checking back in during the live stream. Mike, what are we doing right now? Well, Mike doesn't know because we're in Watertown, and our real selves are actually in Santa Monica talking and networking to people. But you can see some behind-the-scenes stuff both on this live stream here. The program continues during the breaks of all our conferences with our live stream studio. And there's this thing called social media that you can see some behind-the-scenes stuff. How do people access that?
Starting with Instagram, you can go to @bevnet, @nosh.com, @brewbound, and watch the stories.
What about us? I mean, we're doing stuff too.
Oh yeah, @bevnet Mike, @bevnet Craven, for sure.
There you go.
I would do that. I would also check out @bevtrade. He's definitely got some things going on.
Yeah.
That's Ray Latif, for those of you who don't know @bevtrade. Follow him on the Instagram.
Well, following us on Instagram and watching the live stream is great, but what's even better, Mike?
Meeting us live, of course, John. I know right now you're meeting with a founder of a beverage company who is giving you a secret vial, tasting their latest and greatest concoction.
Are you messing up a latte somewhere?
No, there's no machine for me
talking
to mess
about
up a
Arsenal?
latte. I'm probably talking about
Thinking
football.
about Arsenal?
Definitely. Always.
I am not making the case for why you should go, but what are the real reasons, Mike?
Well, we'll talk to you about your package design. We'll talk to you about your product development. We'll introduce you to the people who can help you go next level.
Coming in person is, of course, a great way to do all that stuff, make new connections, learn from our speakers, and interact with them, as well as try plenty of new products. So when's the next time they can join us?
The next time they can join us is summer in New York City. And the good news is that we are in super early registration mode right now.
Yeah, and don't forget, sign up between now and early January, and you'll get the lowest price on our 2020 events. So we hope to see you there. Until then, enjoy the live stream, and see you out there. Hey, John and Mike here again, and we're just checking back in during the live stream. Mike, what are we doing right now? Well, Mike doesn't know because we're in Watertown and our real selves are actually in Santa Monica talking and networking to people. But you can see some behind the scenes stuff both on this live stream here. The program continues during the breaks of all our conferences with our live stream studio. And there's this thing called social media that you can see some behind the scenes stuff. How do people access that?
Starting with Instagram, you can go to @bevnet, @nosh.com, @brewbound, and watch the stories.
What about us? I mean, we're doing stuff too.
Oh yeah, @bevnet Mike, @bevnet Craven, for sure.
There you go.
I would do that. I would also check out @bevtrade. He's definitely got some things going on.
Yeah.
That's Ray Latif, for those of you who don't know @bevtrade. Follow him on the Instagram.
Well, following us on Instagram and watching the live stream is great, but what's even better, Mike?
Meeting us live, of course, John. I know right now you're meeting with a founder of a beverage company who is giving you a secret vial, tasting their latest and greatest concoction.
Are you messing up a latte somewhere?
No, there's no machine for me
Talking
to mess
about
up a
Arsenal?
latte. I'm probably talking about
Thinking
football.
about Arsenal?
Definitely. Always.
I am not making the case for why you should go, but what are the real reasons, Mike?
Well, we'll talk to you about your package design. We'll talk to you about your product development. We'll introduce you to the people who can help you go next level.
Coming in person is, of course, a great way to do all that stuff, make new connections, learn from our speakers, and interact with them, as well as try plenty of new products. So when's the next time they can join us?
The next time they can join us is summer in New York City, and the good news is that we are in super early registration mode right now.
Yeah, and don't forget, sign up between now and early January, and you'll get the lowest price on our 2020 events. So we hope to see you there. Until then, enjoy the live stream, and see you out there. Hey, John and Mike here again, and we're just checking back in during the live stream. Mike, what are we doing right now? Well, Mike doesn't know because we're in Watertown and our real selves are actually in Santa Monica talking and networking to people. But you can see some behind the scenes stuff both on this live stream here. The program continues during the breaks of all our conferences with our live stream studio. And there's this thing called social media that you can see some behind the scenes stuff. How do people access that?
Starting with Instagram, you can go to @bevnet, @nosh.com, @brewbound, and watch the stories.
What about us? I mean, we're doing stuff too.
Oh yeah, @bevnet Mike, @bevnet Craven, for sure.
There you go.
I would do that. I would also check out @bevtrade. He's definitely got some things going on.
Yeah.
That's Ray Latif, for those of you who don't know @bevtrade. Follow him on the Instagram.
Well, following us on Instagram and watching the live stream is great, but what's even better, Mike?
Meeting us live, of course, John. I know right now you're meeting with a founder of a beverage company who is giving you a secret vial, tasting their...
In the Bay Area. Jason Krolikowski. The folks that know me in this room know me by JK. I am the senior merchant for candy and functional snacks at Whole Foods. My job is essentially the CEO of those categories at Whole